We are live with Crom Con VI the Pre-show. What's happening, everybody? I just wanted to let y'all know that I worked really hard these last couple weeks. I'm kind of going to probably take the night off, and I'm going to let my co-host Pete run tonight's show, and we're going to do this old school. He's got Frank James Bailey he's going to bring out, Nyobi Komix, and then Pete's going to run off the rest of the night with his awesome Pete's Pit. And I'm just going to be watching. I'm going to watch for a change. I never get to watch. I'm going to watch, comment, maybe jump in on something here and there. But, Pete, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing fabulous. Of course, I had no fear that you would be there as my safety net and to come in for the hot tag if the heels were beating me up a little bit too much. So I wasn't super worried. We're going to have some fun tonight, kids. All right.
Go ahead, and I'm just going to let you take it, man. You feeling it?
Yeah, no, I feel pretty good. I'm ready for this. I've been preparing all day, so this is going to be dope.
All right, Crom Con VI with your host,
Pre-show.
Peat Vazquez.
We are in on the pre-show, kids. Thank you, Pops, for everything. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's right, everybody. My name is Pete. The at's down there. You can go check it out. The first thing we want to do is we want to say hi to everybody. If you're feeling good, if you're not feeling good, if you're feeling great, we're going to fix that all this weekend. You're going to have a great time with us. We want you to have an even better time with us and get to engage a little bit. So if you get an opportunity, go to StreamYard.com/Facebook. Allow them to post your comments so that we can see them here on StreamYard so we can make it part of the show. All right? The other thing we want to mention is that this is the pre-show. CromCon starts tomorrow, but we decided there's just too much. There's not enough time and too much CromCon. So we're going to have some fun. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to bring up our first guest. You've heard of the Book Turkana. You know what's going on. But our guy is here, Frank James Bailey. And remember, folks, we are also broadcasting. This is the big one. I'm saying hi to everybody out there on the Comics Cast YouTube. How you doing, guys? If you're not on the Comics Cast YouTube, you got to go check it out and subscribe because, yes. But first and next, Mr. Frank James Bailey.
In a world where every online Comic-Con is virtually the same, Crom Con VI is now.
There you go. Hey, I appreciate it.
Thought I'd give you an introduction there.
That actually made me feel a little. I missed movies because of that. So I appreciate that. That means a lot to me right there.
No problem. Cool. It's Peter.
That was really cool. How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
What's going on? Personally wise, everybody, you're doing okay. Everything's hanging in there. And
yeah.
Day 5 million of whatever it is we're going through right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, doing a lot of online Comic Cons because my whole entire year has been. I was waiting for one holdout. I think it was the Cincinnati Comic Expo, but about a couple weeks ago they kind of said, no, we're not going to. We'll just wait till next year.
Yeah,
okay.
I saw that. I saw that. The two busts for me, New York Comic Con and Anime NYC. Once they were done, that's my year.
Yeah.
So,
my year's done too. So.
My year's done.
But these online Comic Cons are good though because it still gets us out there as creators to tell people about what we're selling or what we're talking about and that kind of stuff. So
and that's a good thing. Yeah. Now, with everybody, we chatted about this briefly, so we're going to start things today with you, Frank. You're going to read you want to read it while I post up the picture?
Well, I can just go ahead and post a picture, but I'm basically going to tell people about it because I posted the same picture before, and it's generally the same thing. Everybody knows who Stan Lee is, and Stan Lee.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. Stan Lee, in this meme, and I've seen different memes like this before, he said that, he used to be embarrassed about what he's a comic book creator and, other people are building bridges. And me, I'm not an electrician. I'm not a plumber or nothing. I mainly do this. I'm a voice actor, and I also, write comics and stuff. Well, he's obviously, he said that, he felt kind of embarrassed. But wait a minute, people need to escape from their mundane life. People need an escape to get away. And of course, right now what's happening is there's on Facebook, because everything's political. And of course on Twitter, a lot of things are Black Lives Matter and that kind of stuff. There's a COVID-19. Well, we as creators, as artists and stuff, we are the escape for the normal people or for the people out there right now. So if you're looking to escape all the stuff that's on Facebook or Twitter and anywhere else, buy a comic book. From a creator. Doesn't matter for me, but buy a comic book, buy some artwork or something. This way you can escape the craziness that's in the world right now. That's why I wanted to start off with that Stan Lee quote, because it was a pretty good quote, I thought. And, as creators ourselves, we know where we're trying to express things, we're trying to tell stories and stuff, but this is a good way to sort of start to show, hey, buy a comic from one of us and you can kind of escape what's going on in the world right now. What do you think?
I agree wholeheartedly. Escape is definitely a good way to go, and getting an opportunity, and then even take it a step further, escape from even the mainstream in comics, because some folks are a little disillusioned, and that's where the indie comics and the indie art world comes into play, because and that's, we don't get to see that all as much, as especially without shows and stuff like that. Luckily, our local comic book shops and with places like indiecrowdfund.com are starting to bring that more into the forefront, and we're starting, thanks to Crom Con and Comic Related Madness, we're getting to see a lot more of these indie books, and we're getting to see Turkana.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. And we should probably dive into all things Turkana right now a little bit.
No problem. Now, in case some people didn't know, or some people don't know about me already, because I've been doing this for like 5 or 6 years, they probably already know the story. But when my daughter was 7 years old, long time ago, she's 13 now, but when that daughter was 7, she said, Daddy, I don't like princesses anymore. I like superheroes. So that's where the seed of the idea came from. So Turkana is, well, she was a princess and she left her mom. She took her dad and her brother, came to Earth, and she became a superhero. That's where the first book started, and that's kind of like the whole story, the origin story. That's where the first book is. And you can go to Turkana.com and read a little bit of the first book. But I started off doing illustrated novels, and they were doing okay. But, people kept telling me, try comics. Okay. So I tried a comic last year, and, what well. So I think the comics outsold the books like 10-1. But anyway,
that's great.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, well, I mean, the books were $20, and they're like 150 pages each with some pictures and stuff. But again, mostly words, but some pictures here and there. And
I kind of like that.
It's a little different,
right?
But the comics, of course, is a comic book, and the comic books are only $5, and people are a lot more willing to, I'll take a chance on a comic, and then people like the comic, like the story, so they want to buy more. So that's the whole idea. And this weekend, this is part of my weekend of kicking off the launch party, I call it, for comic book number 3, which is called Burmese.
Ooh, well, we need to know anything about that.
Well, basically, Burmese is a 7 feet tall, black guy, and he has this power to mind control people because he has a snake around his neck. But to mind control you, he has to look you in the eyes.
Okay.
So he has to look you in the eyes, but once he has you, and then once the snake and stuff controls you, then he can control you. So that's what the third comic is kind of all about. And we also find out by reading the third comic that Turkana can't be mind controlled.
Okay.
So it's another way of looking. Okay, there's a power she has. This I didn't know. She can't be mind controlled. So that did a lot there for you extended the story a little bit there. You gave her a little bit. Yeah. You've given her a little bit more of what's going on. Mm-hmm. I started off with the comic book number 1, which is called "Who is Thea Beaumont?" because there was in the comic book she was being shot at by a goop gun. This guy named Adam had a goop gun or something. It looks like a slime gun. It kind of slammed me against the wall and stuff. And then comic book number 2 was kind of a one-off, but you find out more about the comic book number 2. There's called The Secret. You kind of find out more about Brittany's side, because Turkana and Brittany, they're kind of like a pair. They fight crime together. I mean, well, obviously Turkana, the blue-haired, super powered person, she's the main character and she has superpowers. But Brittany, she knows kung fu. She can belt out stuff. So she
can protect herself a little bit.
She can protect herself. Like if you click on I think comic number 2 there, you can actually see
this one.
Yeah,
there we go.
Maybe I don't have it on there. Anyway, if you go on the up near the samples, you can click on comic number 2 and actually see a small sample of it. And
The Secret.
Yeah, that's called The Secret. And the first one actually has a lot of the pages there so people can read it. And I think I told you this kind of off thing. I'm working on redoing the Turkana website. It's going to be a lot smoother, a lot more easier to navigate. and a lot more easier to order things. It needs the website needs an update, and I'll probably have it updated by next week. Which is why, if you scroll to the top of the page, that you say, "Hey, coming soon." Well, this is the weekend where I'm debuting it. This is the weekend it's only gonna be about to kind of comic number 3, but I just didn't change the coming soon part because I'm gonna have a new website next week.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
Why change that one? I'm going to put the new one out next week. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So there's that going on right there. So we see a little bunch of stuff going on in the snake, and now I got the question instantly to me. The question. Okay. The snake and the eyes and mind control and has to look at you. Kind of reminds me of Purple Man from the pages of Marvel Comics.
A little bit. I think didn't he just have a mind control where he could do it through his head, not with a snake or nothing?
Right, not with the snake or anything. The snake, I'll be honest with you, the snake is a nice touch. I think that's
that was
fun.
The whole when I was creating it. The whole idea was Burmese python. Wait a minute, the Jungle Book, the snake. What if I named him Burmese? Okay, so that's where the whole idea came from. Because in the cartoon, the Jungle Book, the snake is the one that's doing the mind control.
Right.
So. And that's kind of where I got influence. And there's a small snake around, Burmese's neck, and that's how he mind controls people.
All right, well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, inspired by your daughter, you want to, more or less. Were you looking for? I'm trying to word this properly because sometimes the words escape me. Were you looking? Obviously, you're doing something for your daughter, so that's daddy. Daddy's going to take care of this, so that's cool. That's understandable, and that's totally. It doesn't really need much explanation, but. Were you looking to even at that point, or did it later become a thing where wow, I could really empower, little girls to be, with a superhero to be whatever they can be or whatever they feel like they want to be? Did that jump in?
That's kind of where I was going with it because when she was 7 a few years ago, there wasn't a whole lot of stuff out. Like right now, there's She-Ra. There's all these other cartoons that kids can watch. They're feel empowered. Of course, there's other Marvel characters they can watch in the movies and stuff, like Wonder Woman. But at the time, there wasn't a lot. And I was influenced by cartoons like Kim Possible, Danny Phantom, Avatar: The Last Airbender, the original Avatar, and the original Teen Titans. I loved those characters and those cartoons from the early 2000s, especially Kim Possible. You notice if you look at the banner back there, look at Turkana's lip. That same lip as the
little lip, yeah.
It's the only thing that kind of. Wait a minute, that lip reminds me. They'll probably look at she reminds me of somebody. Oh, okay.
It falls back to me, Penny from Inspector Gadget.
Okay,
she was the original brains and brawn and well, I say brain. The dog had a lot to do with it too, but
true, exactly. Yeah, the brawn.
he took a beating for the good inspector, but that's okay. We're gonna. Not worry about poor brain there, but it seems that Penny, Kim Possible, even at that point, with the superpowered Powerpuff Girls and things like that, it gives it. So because you have youth because she's young, she comes up young, but she's still kicking butt. And then
when I made the comic and I put Turkana and Brittany together, I wanted to have the superhero girl, and then I wanted to have just a normal girl that can also kick butt. Right. Has no powers whatsoever, but she knows what she's doing. She can kick butt. Nobody messes with her.
So she's Hit Girl, basically.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. But notice she doesn't wear a mask either.
Right.
So she's just like, okay, here, I'll help you out. Some kick kung fu,
and some kung fu and some judo chopping,
and
all that good stuff.
And then, hey, every superhero needs in the first comic, I play around with this. Brittany doesn't even know it as a sidekick. She's just her helper. She's for sidekick.
She doesn't like labels.
She doesn't like labels, no. Okay. But of course, what I've learned from watching Stan Lee stuff, I think, is that every character needs to be a little more realistic. So yes, some of the characters do have problems, but we dive into that, in the comics and stuff. So,
well, talking about diving, I wanted the next step. Issue 3 is out. How far ahead have you planned it out? Do you have some different arcs or different? Are you what's? I don't want you to spill the beans completely. I kind of want you to spill the beans a little bit. How far do you see it going? How far do you want it to go? What are your what's going on in how? I want to get into your world building at this point, the Turkana world. I want to see where your mind is heading down the road.
Well, my original idea, and I still want this idea to do this, I would love to turn Turkana into an animated cartoon. That's the long-term goal. But I know it takes a while. I know that's dreaming, but at least that's a long-term goal. To get there, we have to take steps. And the steps are, okay, keep making the comics, keep getting people to like it, people getting, buying the comics and that kind of stuff. Then prove to a network somewhere down the road that, oh, hey, people like this superhero. We need to make her in a cartoon. But I gotta take those steps first, So I'm already working on comic book number 4. It should be out sometime next year. If everything goes according to plan with Comic-Cons and stuff, I'm probably going to debut it in Toledo probably next year.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so comic number 4 is going to be my biggest comic yet. Not a graphic novel, but 32 pages long.
Okay.
Because the first 2 were like 24, and this one that's right now, comic number 3, is 28 pages. So it's a little bit bigger, but number 4 will be a little bit bigger than that. So people are going to get a little more punch, a little more value for their money, Right. It's going to be growing as it goes. And yes, we'll find out more about Brittany. We'll find out more about I have this every superhero has a tagline, or like Danny Phantom when you say, I'm going ghost. Well, I play around that a little bit in the next comic coming out next year. But it's it's more of a joke, but it's kind of funny though. I'm not gonna.
Not gonna give it all.
Not gonna give it away because it is kind of. And even my wife liked it. She said that's hilarious.
Totally fair.
But now, there's banter back and forth, and there's always those funny lines that people seem to like. So,
well, that's a good thing though.
And my plan again is to keep building this world and keep going on with the Thea Baymont storyline, and eventually. I think it's probably a bold prediction, but I'd love to have at least a 10 comic arc, and have like the first 5 be a graphic novel and the next 5 be a graphic novel somewhere down the road. Okay. But that's my ambition, but who knows what'll happen.
Ambition is a good thing, and world building, you have a plan.
Yes.
So that's good. Now, really quick, because before we talked about indie crowdfunding and stuff like that, there's another comic book shop. There's a comic book shop, The Collective in Florida. And Danny, our buddy Danny, is on YouTube right now. He works for The Collective. Danny is very passionate about indie books and bringing them into local comic book shops. He's already brought some into the store down there in Florida. And he's asking about, is this something that bringing Turkana into their shop? Now, Danny, you're on YouTube, so I can't see we can't see the comics here. If you could go to the Comicscast Facebook, and we can get you into the conversation a little bit. Or if you message me, maybe I'll send you the link and you can ask a question about that in regards. But while Danny's figuring out his social media thing here, what do you think about that, Frank? What do you think about having Turkana in stores?
I would love that. I mean, really, I would love to have Turkana in stores. I mean, technically, it's a family-friendly. It was, the books were originally targeted to like 8 to 12, but I like to say, my daughter's into My Hero Academia, and I like the show. It's more like 14 plus, though. I wouldn't say it's adult, but it's
the age group of the kids too. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I see myself going with Turkana in that area somewhere way down the road. Because I mean, this does sound funny, but it's like, okay, Brittany has an attitude. Brittany has a fighting thing. I would love to hear her say the words, I'm going to kick his ass, because that's what she would do. Now, Turkana would never say that. That's why Turkana wears an all-around bodysuit,
Right.
Where Brittany, she wears a crop top. She feels she can fight better when there's nothing, constricting her.
She's a little tougher.
She's a little tougher too.
She's a little tougher.
So again, different personalities, different characters, and I feel her, if she would actually like say something, one of these days, that'd be great. But again, they're more or less family friendly right now.
Okay. Now, as far as have you taken Turkana? Like, I know pandemic and everything. When did Turkana start? When did you start getting like the first book? So I'm trying to get the timing with the pandemic here.
Okay, now the first book came out in 2015. I spent all of 2016 promoting it. Again, the illustrated novels is what started the whole story. Those are the illustrated novels. Now, I started my first comic book last year
Okay.
And when people like the comic book so much, I kind of just switched them all comics. So yes, the third comic is coming out right now, and I plan on having at least 2 comics out next year. It's all about getting my artists together. We can keep the story going. But eventually, I kind of just hey, if you want to get the books, you got to go to Amazon. But of course, I do have them now. If people wanted to buy the books, the original first books, to see how the whole story started. I have those. But yeah, the comic books are on the website, and that's kind of what I'm gearing forward, because this way people can visually see it better. But yeah, the first comic came out last year, and I think I went to one Comic-Con this year, which was early March. It was Cleveland Wizard World, and that was the only one I went to. And after that, everything went to pot.
I had scheduling conflict. I wanted to go to that too, because I actually enjoy the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to pull Danny in for a second so he can talk to you about his local shop and stuff like that. But he did ask a question that she's a little bit more young adult or all ages. I think he just answered that.
Yeah.
That she's a little bit of both, kind of in the My Hero range. There we go. Oh, okay, good. What's up, Lee? Pops is finally getting some of the stuff, and I couldn't bring the chat in myself. I didn't know what's going on with that. There it is. Now I got it. That's what we can get.
Oh, I say there was Danny. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, I've sold some comics already to people who were wanted to put it in their comic book shop. So that's pretty cool.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
I got a phone call, and I had to field it because it had to do with what we got going on, in the con and everything. So I'll show up some comments now if you want to take the time to.
That's what we. I couldn't find. I had a moment finding them because I confused myself. It was on. I have 3 screens growing, so I can stay in the low, so I don't miss anybody. Because I'm a big engagement guy. I like getting the people involved.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Danny's definitely one we're going to talk to you later.
We got Zaneo's Samu. He's talking about Raised by the Wolves.
I see a lot. Raised by Wolves. What is that anyway?
I don't know what. By Ridley Scott, apparently.
Are you in?
Okay.
Sorry, my eyes are gone. Did you see Raised by the Wolves?
No.
Take a pass on that. Yeah,
didn't see it. But Danny is here.
We were talking about. I sent him a link actually, so we could get him talking to Frank about getting Turkana, because Danny is the passionate indie guy for the little comic shop.
There you go. See that? So are we putting this in the store? There you go.
Hey, yeah, man. I'd love to sell you some, put them in the store. Sure.
Phil, I sent you the link, Phil. You're supposed to be up in here. You're supposed to be Pete's backup, bro. Where you at?
Phil's on a lax time schedule. That's okay. Phil's on a lax. Luckily, we're not close to my bedtime yet, so so that's good.
Danny wants to know, is it young adult or all ages, would you say?
Generally, Turkana is all ages. I think I want to eventually swing it toward young adult, but right now it's all ages. I was telling Pete there that's like, it'd be fun to see Brittany kind of like, I'm going to kick his, and say something, like I'm going to kick his ass or something. But right now it's more all ages. So it's not like that now. Anything else?
No. I do. Yes. Sorry, I got distracted by.
No, that's okay. You can get distracted if you want.
The question, because we were talking about older, and it actually brought up. I'm trying to word it because it brought up a new question in my head.
Okay.
Now we talked about down the road, and we talked about world building.
Mm-hmm.
Now we set an age bracket for Turkana and for Brittany. Is that something that maybe they may age down the road? Are we going to get to see them? Are you staying are you keeping time moving slowly for them right now? Or do you see yourself maybe doing, something where they're older and,
The interesting question you would ask that, okay? Because on the website, and of course, like I talk about the new website coming up too, I talk about this every character in any kind of cartoon or anything else should have a crush, love interest, or something, okay?
Sure.
In the books, Brian has a crush on Paige or Turkana. He likes superheroes, Anyway, I don't have Turkana having a crush or liking anybody right now because she ages 1 year for every 10 years on Earth. Okay. So she looks like a 15-year-old girl, but she's actually 150 years old. And the idea is, okay, she doesn't want to get involved because she might hurt somebody or they might outlive them by like 900 years, but it also causes conflict or at least tension and drama. Okay, should she really get involved with somebody? Maybe she spends time with them for a while. Remember how Highlander, in movie Highlander, that's kind of like my idea in my head is like, okay, maybe she just spends time with the people that she loves so much, and then when they, she'll outlive them, obviously, but. So that's the idea. And yes, I'm planning on the idea in my head is the planning on them grow it a little bit, but of course it's a slow process because 2, maybe 3 comics a year.
But it gives you more stuff to do, though. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, gives you more stuff to do,
or it gives you an opportunity to do something else, just some what ifs or whatever. Really quick, that's Joe Tolliver, the Comics Cast guru here. He says we are almost at 100 subscribers here on YouTube. So when we hit 100, we're going to be doing a giveaway sketch as a thank you to the YouTube followers. So everybody get a hold on that. Maybe some Turkana fans can make us help us with the push. And Page One Comics says hello, Page One Comics. How are you? Hello. Do I hear? Is that the cricket in your house that I hear?
Yes, there's a cricket. Okay. In case you didn't know, my studio's in my basement.
Right.
So and for the most part, the crickets will come in here, but it's kind of hard to keep them out when they're that small.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. The crickets are weird like that, man.
Yeah. How did they get in here?
They're very strange. Luckily, I have a dog that likes bugs and 3 cats. That so the bugs are like, no, we're not going there.
But here's the difficult part. When I'm trying to do a voiceover in the other room and there's a cricket, I gotta find the cricket and get him out of here. I can't have a cricket going on when I'm doing like, this, and this. And I'm talking in a microphone trying to do something. They can't talk. They gotta get them out of here.
It's my turn, cricket, not yours.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now we see the world that you're building with Turkana and the way things are going to go. You have a plan, which is cool. You have a plan. Besides not having cons in a global pandemic, has anything slowed down what you've wanted to do with the book or with the story, or have you gotten like because it happens. I mean, I'm in the middle of a huge crush right now anyway. So has anything kind of swerved you where you had to go, okay, I need to make a left turn real quick?
Well, my thing is I love going to cons because I like talking to people. And even though I'm talking to you right now, and I was telling this other person who interviewed me, I think it was a Collector's Mage or something. I was telling them the same thing. It's like, listen, I love talking to these virtual cons, and I love how people talk to me and do interviews and stuff. But there's nothing quite like being in a con, talking to somebody face to face where they can see the excitement in my face or the excitement in me talking about Turkana, and I can tell them the whole story and everything else. That's the one thing I really miss. So I had to obviously make adjustments to try, because the whole idea of this year was to put comic number 2 out earlier, and then kind of a big thing for comic number 3, which it's a big deal. I'm pushing comic number 3 right now, but it's not as big as I thought it was because I'm not going anywhere.
The change to virtual has really been a little bit of a left
adjustment.
Turn. Yeah. Absolutely.
That to me is the biggest thing. But my plans for Turkana and writing and the story to keep it going, none of that has changed.
Okay.
So yeah, but the biggest thing that's been an adjustment is actually, not talking to anybody face to face live.
That's why I was trying to get everybody involved and engaged, because that's the best way of doing it without just going on the street with a stack of books on your own.
Yeah. By the way, you were saying you like My Hero Academia?
Yeah. I can't get it. I mean, and again, I thank Danny and the guys at the collective. I'm.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, for Father's Day, my kids bought me an All Might pop. He's back there.
Oh,
somewhere.
that's fantastic. That's
and I can do All Might a little bit too.
All right, you got it pretty good there. That's I was explaining it to someone who has no anime, anything whatsoever. I was like, okay, you're a comic book guy. You saw Sky High with Kurt Russell, right? Yeah, it's like that. A little younger, and they're really going into the hero thing, hardcore. Oh, I liked Sky High. I'm like, you'll like My Hero. Just remember, the first couple episodes, you're gonna hate Midoriya for the first couple episodes.
So much
because he cries so much. But you'll instantly fall in love with All Might and Bakugo, so you'll be okay.
I'm here, citizen. Here we go.
See, there you go, Marseille. Hi, Marseille. She has Deku on her wall. I think I've drawn Deku so many times. It's actually, I don't have a, it's not in hand's reach. I have a, like Pop, I have a piece of art that I got from New York Comic Con last year, a page from the manga, which is, I'm tearing up. All right, Frank, we're going to chat a little bit really quick, but because it's almost about that time.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to do, I know we got LPH from Nyobi coming up in a second, but I wanted, where can everybody right now, I know we talked about the website, and if you could drop the links, that would be great. Post them in the comments and stuff. But where can everybody find Turkana and everything like that? And then we wanted to say this for everybody listening, everybody on the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, all of you guys watching. Hi guys, how you doing? Love you guys. And if you're watching elsewhere, subscribe to the Indie Comics Cast YouTube so you can keep getting great content like this, and you can find out where to get Turkana.
All right. Well, you can get Turkana at going to Turkana.com. Turkana, Tercona, Turkana.com. I'm also on Twitter. I'm also on Instagram. I'm also on Facebook. Now, on Facebook, I have a Facebook like page for Turkana. A lot of people have like pages for their businesses and stuff, but I have a Facebook fan club for Turkana. It's been around a while. It has like 1,500 members in it, and some people post their own artwork because on the website, Turkana.com, you can go to, I think it's called fan art. You can click. It humbles me so much that people have drawn her already because they like the way she looks. I think that's fabulous.
Yes, that's great. I got to be honest. The next guest coming in, Larry from Nyobi, I've done some Nyobi fan art, and I'm going to do some for Mojo Rising, for Raj and the guys. But there was a reason why I asked that question. I was thinking about and here comes Larry now. Perfect. Okay. I was thinking about doing some maybe a more grown up Turkana and Brittany. Sure. So and and Larry can back me up. Larry, how you doing?
Good, brother. What's going on?
Doing great. We talk. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
All right.
Do you Frank know each other?
I don't know, but hello,
Larry, Frank. Larry, Frank, Larry.
That character there looks pretty cool. The Kung Fu girl. Who is that?
That's his character, Nyobi, and he has a lot of fan art of her. Like I've actually done a couple pieces of Nyobi, so since it was a perfect. Thank you for the perfect segue.
There you go. Yeah,
Frank again.
Chibi version of Nyobi. Yep.
That's his chibi version of Nyobi.
Chibi, yeah.
Frank, thank you so much. Everybody, Turkana.com. Check it out. It's a great story. It's got a lot of stuff going on. Everybody on YouTube, be sure to go check that out. And everybody watching in Crom Con, be sure to go over to YouTube and subscribe to Comics Cast. Then head over to Turkana.com and get everything going.
And if you want to find me anywhere on the internet, you can just be easy and go to Google.com and put in Frank James Bailey. I'm on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. I'm everywhere. So that's the easy way to find me.
Perfect. Frank, thank you so much.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Have a great night, bro.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Mr. Larry Patrick Higgins, how are you?
Dude, what's going on?
Just getting it done. Trying to giving Pops a little bit of a break so he can, because I know he's got a big weekend ahead. He'll be in the captain's chair for a little bit. So he's got me doing a few thingy things here. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give him the proper introduction that he deserves. This is Mr. Larry. This is the LPH. There he is. This is the LPH himself, the gentleman behind Nyobi Komix. This is Larry Patrick Higgins.
Yeah, and I got a guest with me. It's kind of why we're not on camera. I mean, we might be able to turn it on here, but I got Inquiring Hawk with me.
Okay.
He runs a channel called Retro Game Warrior. He's an old school classic YouTuber sort of gamer, but he's also a real life buddy. He happens to be at the house tonight. We're having a beer, checking out Crom Con 6. It's finally here.
Remember, we are on the Indie Comics Cast platforms. We are on YouTube. Hi, everybody on YouTube. If you're not on the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, you need to subscribe. So we're keeping things.
We gotta be clean tonight.
We're keeping things kindergarten a little bit. We're keeping things a little kindergarten right now. And then, but how you doing, man? What's going on? I need to ask you. I got questions for you because I want. I don't
ask me some questions.
I got some questions. I'm going to ask you. There we go. There's the people. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with our friend.
I'm trying to do this so it's not in his face. All right.
Look, yours is the only face I care about,
Larry. I'm watching you, guy.
Yours is the only face I care about, Larry. So, Oh, that's not the one I wanted to show. That's the one I wanted. That's not the one I wanted to show either. Where the hell? I guess I don't have one for you, Larry. Sorry.
What? Have what for me?
No, I got you. I'm going to put up a little banner for you right now.
Oh, a banner. Shit.
So you can have some stuff. Folks, do me a favor, Larry. I need you to give us, not the elevator pitch, but give us the 2-minute, what's the world of Nyobi? How can we get involved with the world of Nyobi? What's going on, since you're the guy behind her? That came out wrong. Sorry.
Man. 2 elevator pitch, not an elevator.
Not the elevator. You can go a little longer than the elevator.
Kind of like a synopsis almost.
Well,
yes, very good. A synopsis. Very good.
I mean, let's just give the short version.
There you go.
Japanese pop star, influenced by 90s anime and 80s X-Men, sort of like mashed into one. You get like a little bit of like Dazzler, you get a little bit of like Bubblegum Crisis, you get a little bit of
Jubilee.
Yeah, I guess magic for sure with the teleportation, a little bit of Gem in the holograms with the music and the face paint.
Yes.
You take like all these things and sort of like roll them up into one, and then you get Nyobi.
The best of the 80s and 90s.
The thing is that she's like an homage to sort of like the old 90s bad girls sort of comics,
Yeah.
So go back to like Dark Child or Evangeline or Witchblade.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
You know what I mean?
She's got that vibe. She's got that vibe.
Right. And so that's kind of what we aim for. But the way I describe her, she's good girl attitude with bad girl looks. You know what I mean?
Okay, fair. Okay, and it comes off that way, but it comes off in a really good way. And she's got a little. I mentioned her before with Frank. She's got a little hit girl, but times 10 a little bit. She's not afraid to give the smoke, as it were.
No. She's a true blue hero. She got her powers, when she was 16. She's a genome. It stands for genetic anomaly. It's basically my world's version of mutant. And she went public with her powers. She joined up with the UN. She serves as like an ambassador for genomes, using her celebrity. And she's not afraid to mix it up.
Okay. Now, when you were sitting in the laboratory, I want to write a comic book. What was the inspiration? What got you into the see that we got a perfect Danny Morales is talking. She kind of has like a cutesy tank girl kind of vibe. He says,
yeah.
What was the vibe that you were thinking? Where was your headspace? Where did the idea? I want to do this. I want to create. I'm saying it weird, but I want to create Nyobi. Where did that come from?
I'm old, Pete, so the tail is long.
I'm 46, bro, and you got another 23 minutes. So
y'all both shut up.
He hasn't taken his pills today, so he's a little cranky.
Dude, well, that's why I'm a little slow today. I have been taking pills and
bro, I can't even. Look, I'm fresh out the hospital, so I understand exactly what you mean. But Nyobi, where did she come from, man? Where did she come from in your head?
Well, dude, I'm 45. I made her when I was 16, so 1990.
You said you were 46. Make up your freaking mind.
I'm 46.
You're 79. Go away, old man.
Wow.
Pop's birthday was just the other day. He turned a whole 86.
Happy birthday, Pops.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. 57.
57. It's an inside joke me and him got going on.
30 years experience.
All right.
There you go. Right. There you go. So 16, you're watching older anime. You got the Jim Lee X-Men going on. Oh, yeah. You got all sorts. Yeah, you got all that stuff. Because I was watching the same stuff.
Dude, that was the era, right? That was like you coming out of like the late 80s, like from 87, 88, 89, you're rolling into the 90s, everything was good back then. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it was all fun and games. So an idea for you wanted to be creative, so you wrote a story.
Well, yeah, I mean, she was a role-playing game character though.
Okay.
So like Dungeons and Dragons, but
yeah,
for superheroes,
Did you do the Marvel role-playing game or the DC role-playing game?
The Marvel role-playing game really sucked.
Yeah. Yes.
I remember like the little cutout figures you would have with it and stuff. No, it was like a game called Heroes Unlimited from Palladium Books. So they did like Turtles. They did the Robotech game.
That's where I know it's from the Robotech.
Right. And then, other games like Champions, Blood of Heroes. We did play the DC Heroes game for a bit. So Nyobi's existed in all these sort of different role-playing games. And I would draw pictures of her. You know what I mean? Very poorly, mind you, but I would draw pictures of her, and you can see them up on Facebook. And that went on for years and years and years and years. And then 2008, I got back into comic books. And I started buying like Catwoman and the New Mutants Volume 3 because I had Magic on the cover, and got interested in comic books all over again. And then started going to conventions. And then I found this place called Artist Alley, and it was like full of these great artists from local level to pro level. And they would sit there and they would draw you things for money. It's like amazing, Pete. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they would.
So I'm like, I wonder what Nyobi would look like through the eyes of, someone who actually knows what they're doing, like someone can actually draw. Right. And so I started showing them, hey, I don't know if you can draw someone's original character. Because all they were drawing was like, Catwoman, Harley, this, that, whatever. Right. I didn't see any of them like draw anyone's original stuff. You know what I mean? So I didn't even know if they could do it, like legally. I had only one guy tell me he couldn't do it legally.
Oh, really? Did he have a contractual thing going on, or
no? He said in case like the image ever got reproduced and it'd be like a legal battle. You know what I mean? Like a fight. You know what I mean? So just kind of paranoid in that regard. He was a DC artist too. I don't want to say him, but you know what I mean. Anyway, only I ever had one guy say no. So we started getting all these pictures done, and they were looking great. From all levels in the industry. It's just like, I got to do this as a comic book, and I said that to like a group of guys playing D&D, and they quite literally laughed me out of the room and said, oh, you can't do it. It can't be done, And you know what happens, when people kind of get like that with you, it's you either get one of two ways. Either you get demoralized or it lights a fire, Well, for me, it lit the fire, and okay, you don't think I can do it? Well, let's go do it, All
right. Now, You went. Now, Larry's north of the border, so I wanted to talk about that because we're going to go into the story in a second. However, I wanted to talk about now. Were you marketing just for you guys up there, or were you like, I want everybody in the damn world to see this?
No, initially it was just for like local cons here and put it in the shop and just say we did it. You know what I mean? We did do a Kickstarter, but mostly it was locals from the area that backed it, the first time around. We had a few sort of from the States. And yeah, that's how it started. It was like 3 guys from the same city. It was myself, David Coates, and Andre Boulard. And we put this thing together. We got like $200 each. That was it, from the sales of the book, at the local show. And that was our pay, for doing it all, right? But that was enough to have a book out and something to build off of. And that's kind of what I did. I sort of, okay, we did Nyobi #1. The original artist left to go on a different book. So I got Steve Boyu to come in, and he and I did 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
They were very indie books. Again, they were still only meant really for local sales. And if someone else abroad had bought them, cool, that's a bonus, and it started to gain traction because we had brought on RB White at that point, and RB White was doing all these sort of gorgeous covers, and so the covers themselves were pretty much selling books, you know what I mean?
Right.
And, hopefully people like what was on the inside, but it also came to a point when we were submitting to publishers, they would kind of give us all the same feedback. They would say, gorgeous covers, decent story, but the art can be improved on, right? Because Steve was he's an amateur, but it was never meant to be like a professional pro thing,
Right.
But I had talked with Steve, and Steve was working on 2 other books of his own, plus a full-time job, plus looking after a handicapped sister. Wow. So he had no problem saying, you know what, let someone else take the mantle, no, you know what I mean? And then we went and found Samir. And I said, okay, well, we're going to get a new artist, and we've been in black and white from all this time. We need to go color too. You know what I mean? And so,
really quick, I want to stop you for a second. Which do you prefer, just as a fan? Do you prefer a book in black and white, or do you prefer in color?
I used to be, and this is like way back in the day, like in like sort of like the mid 80s, color, you know, and I would see a black and white book and it would kind of turn me off. That was until I started reading Mirage Studios' Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when they were in black and white before the, you know, the TV show, right?
Before it was cool, right?
Yeah, kind of before it was cool, you know. Well, it was cool to me because they were kind of dark and gritty at that point, you know.
Yep.
And so reading that got me into black and white comics. I would read Cerebus from Dave Sim, and I would read Ninja High School from Ben Dunn, and, you know, a little bit of Usagi Yojimbo and stuff like that, you know.
You're bringing out my childhood right now, bro.
So I can read a comic book now in black or white. It doesn't bother me. However, yeah, I prefer color because I think color can really amplify. Dude, you're killing me.
I got to show it off, bro. Got to show it off.
Yeah, no. So yeah, whatever you want to pop up, I'll talk about. So that is from Veronique Waugh. She's a French-Canadian artist. She lives here in the city. That was done probably during the Nyobi 2 days, so like 2016. And that was a big ass print that we were giving away.
See, now folks, if you want to talk about, Larry's got books.
That was at the local comic shop.
There you go.
That was me and 4 friends playing D&D, but putting together Nyobi packages.
See, it's all. That's the best part of all of this. It's all. You're just not going, okay, let's do this and make it happen. No, you got there, you're sweating, you're getting the paper cuts, you're doing everything, you're cutting the tape, you're getting it all done, and that's what's cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. Let's see.
We're going to talk about black and white for a second, then we'll flip that over.
All right, so I mean that's a little small, but what that is, that's Matthew Weldon's Punchline. And this is a book that's in comic shops. That's a book published by Antarctic Press. And Matthew Weldon's really kind of known in the indie scene, especially like, you know, I would say on Twitter as well, right? That's where I met him. And so I buy Punchline and Rags on my pull list. This book's on my pull list. And he did a really nice thing sort of for like the indie community on Twitter. And he started including people's, you know, OCs, you know, their indie characters, and start slapping them on this cover, man, you know. I have actually the color version of this cover. It's really nice. Maybe I'll try and dig it up and screen share it with you. But Nyobi's on the cover, along with like Regina from Rags, Common America from Tim Lim, Ben Dunn's Ninja High School characters are on there. Ichiku, Jeremy Feeble, and such. Booster Kiwi from Fanspeak is on there. Clayman is on there. Scalpel Zero from Tank Ferret Art is on there. And this book is actually going to be in shops probably at the beginning of next year at some point.
Okay. See, there you go. And then now we're looking at issue 5 coming out soon, or?
Well, I guess that depends on how you want to look at it.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly why I asked you.
So it's not issue 5. It's a mini series. It's called Birthright. So it's a 2-part mini series. Can you give me there's 2 books right there, Rich.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me that one.
Let me get out of so you can see what's going on. We can get all
right, back
to the main screen there. And I'm going to give you the screen.
So this here is part 1. This is a variant cover done by Paul Green, who is just amazing. So Paul Green's done work for Brian Polito's Lady Death. He's done work for Zenoscope. You know, he's been all over the place. And so we were very lucky to have him. And the colors of this cover were done by Ula Moss, and she's done work for J. Scott Campbell on the Black Cat covers and so much more. So these are our big ringers, but this is it right here. It's a 2-part series. We're doing a Kickstarter right now. Well, not right now, but Pete, it's going to be probably in the next week. You know,
I mean? There you go.
Yeah, I'll just show people what it kind of looks like on the inside.
All sorts of rich color.
Oh, the colors, man. You know, I was telling him the other day, Dan O'Vera does the colors, and he used to work for Action Lab Comics doing Puppet Master. He's done work for Zenoscope. He is like the unsung hero of Nyobi. Like, this is just, man, when we did the black and white stuff, it was cool. You know, I liked it, you know, and for what it was at its time, it brought us to the dance. But man, Nyobi is a book that is meant to be in color. Like, it's when you compare the two, it's night and day, you know. That's it, man. And that was a significant expense for us. Like, you know, Birthright #1 kind of had to do well to sort of pay for that. And we did 7,000 Canadian, which is pretty good for us. That was our best Kickstarter yet. So,
okay, now
really
you said, now I'm trying to, Kickstarter and I'm just still kind of new to it a little bit, but you did well with Kickstarter with the first run and things like that. What are you looking for? What are you looking to do with this? What are your plans, like, or your goals, I should say, in regards to
goals, as in like number wise, or goals?
Yeah, what makes you happy at this point? Having a character that's pretty well known, you've gotten some artwork done, you've gotten some good artists in on it. Well, like, what's the next growth point for Nyobi for you?
Publication, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm after. You know, we submitted to a couple of companies. Right now, there's one that's taking a real serious sort of look at us. They want to see issue 2.
Okay,
and if they like what they see, then something might happen. But, you know, it's comic books, right? So I don't want to say who it is.
Right.
Because nothing's in stone until it's in stone.
Or paper at that point, yeah.
Yeah. So, but, you know, I'll tell you, there's a really good possibility. I've been in contact with this company twice. You know, made 2 submissions. So far, great feedback from them. And they just kind of want to see where the second issue sort of goes. And if they like what they see, then, you know, they asked me if I was up to doing it as an ongoing series, which we would love to do. So who knows? But that's where I would like it to go. But let's say that never happens. I'm perfectly fine with doing Kickstarters, you know, and just doing our own thing our own way, man.
Well, you've had some success.
Yeah, and it's always gotten a little bit better. You know, not by leaps and bounds, but it's always gotten, you know, a little better, right? So, dude, I'm going to screen share a couple of things with you here in a second.
Yeah, I'm going to really quick, though, Marseille, because we were talking about some books are meant to be black and white, but some are just meant to be in color, and that looks great. So that's, you know, what's going on there. That's going on there. And then, and we're still we want to remind everybody that Comics Cast, you go to the Comics Cast YouTube and subscribe if you haven't already. You got a chance to win some art from Joe Tolliver. You want to make that happen. But Larry, you want to share some stuff with us? Please go ahead.
All right, let me see here if I can. Yeah, I don't use StreamYard a whole lot, so let me figure this out.
There's a share screen bottom on the button.
Yeah,
and then
can you see that?
Oh, give it a second. I don't. There it is. Yeah, boom. You read, Larry. We are on the same tree because you read my mind. I wanted to start talking about this next.
So. This is what's going to bring us to the next level, man. I'll be honest with you. This is Paul Green, once again, Ula Moss, our brand new character, Ariel, that is introduced at the end of Birthright #1. You're going to learn a lot more about her in #2. And her and Nyobi, you know, they're on sort of neutral ground, but they're on opposite ends at this point on a certain situation that you'll have to read about. But this is a gorgeous cover. You know, Paul Green's cover sold out on our Kickstarter. We had a limited amount. They sold out, right? When you look at the graph, it's like seeing an Empire State Building versus 4-story apartment buildings. Like, it was, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
So this cover is obviously really, really nice. It's going to do really well, I think.
Yeah, that's gonna the colors just pop.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the cool thing that I want to let people know, you know, about when it comes to character design. You don't have to be like artist extraordinaire to kind of design and draw a character. I draw them very, very poorly, and this is based off of one of my designs. You know what I mean? So,
I think you're selling yourself a little bit short. I think you do a good job, Larry, of getting your point across with your artwork.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've probably seen some of it. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
I can do enough to say, hey, this is kind of what I want, make it look cool, you know? That's where I kind of would put myself. I always wanted to be an artist, but I could never do it, you know, the way I wanted to do it. So I kind of went to writing instead, you know? But it's still in me. Like, I'll still doodle and try and draw, you know? But going back to this is going to be limited edition, but we're going to probably double the limit this time, you know, because it did so well.
Hey, supply and demand, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's not all. Like, what else is in here?
Now, really quick, we talked, because I know you and I privately talked about Ariel, that she's not necessarily the opposite side of Nyobi, but she's not exactly her partner. There's a I mean, I don't want to give anything away that we talked about, but
there's a social issue they have opposing views on.
Okay, cool. And so and we are in the world of comic books, so that's may lead to a little bit of some fisticuffs.
Well, it's kind of like, Captain America and Iron Man don't always see eye to eye.
Right.
And they, even superheroes get into brawls with each other.
That wouldn't be comic books if they didn't.
So that's sort of similar thing,
Yeah.
Okay. This cover here is from CB Zane. So
fantastic artist.
Yeah. So we all know who CB Zane is, right? Into the Sucks, Scorpiana. He does a lot of work with Big Dog Inc. with Mr. Tom Hutchinson. Luis Torres. The list goes sort of Mike Schumacher. Like the list goes on and on. Well, this is his first Nyobi cover with us, and the colors are done by Dan Overa, who does the colors of the book, interior pages. So great looking cover there. That was the cover for Nyobi Birthright #1 done by Samir. That was like the standard edition. I always felt important that whoever drew the book should have their own cover.
Fair,
right?
That's fair.
Steph Wilson from Nyobi Birthright Part 1. We all know and love Steph, right? Steph Wilson loves to draw feathers, I hear.
Really?
Yeah, well, that's the word on the street anyway,
Yeah.
Well, we're don't know.
Pops has got this one. Pops, you can just stay in here, brother. Stay in here, hang out.
I do have it. I do have this one. Larry,
Pops is like the hardest working dude.
Interview.
Where are you going? No.
Listen, I wanted you to get a real interview and not my and you BS session. So I had Pete conduct the interview, bro.
But I like our BS sessions, brother.
I do
But they end up going about 4 hours long.
I wanted you to get the book talked about. You and I get off topic really easy. So Pete kept it under control. Now, what's up, bro?
Dude, little puff, little drink, hang out with a buddy, trying to get into the zone,
There's Raj.
My brother Raj is in the chat. How you doing, bro?
Raj. Ooh, you guys didn't see that.
Let's not do that, please.
No, I didn't know that was going to happen. I was flipping through the pictures. Yeah.
We got 94 subscribers. We get 6 more subscribers, and Joe Tolliver is going to give away a piece of sketch art. He's going to do something for somebody, one of those 100 people. 6 more subscribers, y'all, to our YouTube channel.
That's a prize right there. So, and if you're watching us on Facebook in the group in the Comic Related Madness and you're not subscribed to the Comics Cats YouTube, yeah, you need to jump in on that and check it out, and definitely give it a subscribe, because then you'll learn about all these great indie comics and you'll know more about Nyobi. Of course, if you want to know more about Nyobi, that's a good place to go too. Now, I want to speak about this really quickly while we have a few minutes left. 2 things really quick. First off, Larry, after I get through and start getting into the show later at 9, if you're around and you want to jump back, I will always, because you always let me into Rebel Comics stuff. I would love to have you come back once we get into our roundtable talking about stuff. So I'd love for you to come back a little bit later if you're up to it. Okay.
Well, Rich, what do you think?
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
that'll be a little bit later. You guys get to watch the rest of the pre-show when I come in and with the pit, and then we'll show you some more stuff. But I wanted to ask you, what the hell was I going to ask? Wow,
I give them the Gumroad link.
Thank you. Again, we're on the same wavelength. If you could actually, because I don't have the Gumroad link on me right this second, but Larry is an amazing customer service person. I bought a blank sketch cover of Nyobi, and I bought Nyobi because I love the character. I wanted to support Larry, and I wanted to see the book, and I wanted to have a book in my hand. I got charged twice for shipping. Larry fixed it right away, and he made sure of it, and he talked to Gumroad and all those things. But the reason why I'm saying this, it's not to embarrass Larry or anything, but it's to say that that's what you get when you get involved with Nyobi. That's what you get when you get involved with Larry. He cares a little bit. He wants you to be okay, and he wants you to enjoy his books, but he's not trying to rip you off. Obviously, there's money involved. You're buying something from the guy, but he's, doing these things for you. So, well, I really appreciate that.
Pick that up off of Brian Polito a little bit. You know what I mean? The thing about Gumroad is it doesn't do combined shipping, and I don't know why. It's a flaw of the site, So if someone does order multiple things, you know, they're going to get dinged for each one. So I have to keep on top of that. You're like the third person, you know, I had to do that. You know what I mean?
Now, a lot of people wouldn't, you know, a lot of people wouldn't. Like, I'm talking corporate here. A lot of corporate people wouldn't do that. And you did. And that's really cool.
Well, I don't want anyone to get ripped off, you know.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
You know, I mean, I want them to at least, you know, if they come to me, you know, everything is on the level, you know.
There we go. A little Gumroad up on the screen for everybody.
Yeah, so that's where the extras go. So after we're done crowdfunding and stuff, like whatever sort of extra stuff we would have brought to a show or whatever, they're just getting listed up on the Gumroad and people can just go there and buy them. And that is forever changing, you know, like stuff will come down when it sells out, new stuff will go up.
Right. Now, okay. So you got the Kickstarter starting because we got a couple minutes. We got the link for you down there. We got the link. Gumroad, there you go. Gumroad Comics. You have the kids. When do you think the Kickstarter is going to happen, Larry?
Dude. Oh, okay. I want to make sure that no naughty pictures show up. There's like one naughty covered. You know, James. Yeah. You know who Jim Noble is? Yeah,
because we're running a little bit, so we want to try to.
Yeah, bad influence on me. Let's put it that way.
Okay, fair.
So what do you want to know?
Kickstarter. When can people start looking for it, and where can they find it?
Well, they'll find it on Kickstarter, but they'll find it on, you know, like I'll blast it all over the place when it goes live. But
okay.
I can't give you a date because it depends on how fast we get our brand new cover colored.
Okay. So in that case, let's do this then.
It's going to be like in a week, though, like
all
a
right.
week or two.
So the Instagram is a good place to go find out and keep an eye out and subscribe and follow you on Instagram so they can see what's happening for the Kickstarter and for all things Nyobi.
Yeah, Instagram is Nyobi Comic, and same with Twitter. My Facebook and YouTube though is really where I kind of drop all the info, you know. So
okay, can they get those links from Instagram?
YouTube is Rebel Gaming XXX. You know, when we do the Rebel Comic streams, I mean that's where I really show the inside stuff and give out all the real updates and news. You know, that's where you get it.
That's on Twitch.
All right.
On Twitch as well, yeah.
Well, Larry, thank you so much.
Hey,
I hope that you come back later.
Yep. Might be a little bit more awake then.
That's fine. I understand that feeling.
Rebel Comics, Nyobi Comics, we share our streams back and forth regularly and talking each other, going each other's live shows and you know, if you're into madness, you know what's going on with Larry. We keep you up to date for sure.
We push hard, brother.
Appreciate you coming out, bro.
All right, man. Peace.
Sunday night, who knows? It could go till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. I know you'd be at work, but you never know, right?
Never know.
All righty then. I've been waiting for this for a while, and
it's all you, bro.
Thank you, brother. Folks, we're going to take a second. We're going to give you 30 seconds to see a little something. It's nothing too crazy. And then we're going to – where did it go? There it is. And then we're going to come back, and we're going to have some fun. And this is going to be a good old time. I got a lot of fun people waiting backstage to jump on in with us. Some that you know, a lot that you don't know. Get ready, folks. So it's time to get in the pit. What's going on, everybody? I wanted to be proud of that because I actually found a buddy of mine. I want to thank everybody for joining us on the pit. We're going to do a little mosh pit. We're going to have some fun. We're going to get to show you a lot of stuff. We're going to kind of take, not a break, we're going to take a shift from the indie comics. We're going to go to the underground. We're going to check you out with a lot of other people that you see at cons, but you may not have you may not speak to all the time. You see the guys with the cameras. You see those indie guys that may not have a book. You see those cosplayers everywhere, and you take pictures with them. But we're going to get to talk to them now and find out how they make their wonderful toys. And first thing I want to do, we're going to talk to some musicians too, but not tonight. However, I want to thank my buddy Juan Rockabite Music for letting me and giving me the permission to use his music. Okay, that's Light Angel, and I'm going to be dropping links on my Twitch where you can find out more of his music And he's not only is he a good friend of mine, but he's super talented. But we got a lot of people that we need to bring in. I'm going to start.
Hold on. Before you bring anybody in, I want to give one shout out to Outright Geekery.
Oh, go for it.
Another podcast that I watch, and I told him I'd give him a little shout out. And we need a few more subscribers on the YouTube channel, y'all.
This comment just made my life.
We get to 100, and Joe Tolliver is going to do a sketch and do a drawing out of those 100 people, and we're going to give it away. So
that's it.
We're real close. We need a couple more subscribers on the YouTube channel. We got 4,000 followers on Comics Cast on Facebook. We got less than 100 YouTube subscribers. Come on, pick it up, y'all.
So if you're watching us on Facebook, on either my pages, Comic Related Madness, on my Twitch, wherever you are, go to YouTube. It's Indie Comics Cast. Subscribe. Now, this is what we're going to do. We're going to start off with some comfortable. First off, that comment right there about the metal, dude, you have no idea. I'm going to bring on a couple buddies of mine, the homies. You've seen them on Cromcast before. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Atra Messer Art. This is the son of the Saint Angel Lopez. These are the boys. And somebody has their mic wide open. You better lower that. That's got to be Angel. Put on a head. Put on some headphones.
No, it's not me. It's not me. That's got to be Jay.
I'm going to get out y'all's way, man.
Right.
Y'all have a good night. And
You're in a car. That's you, Angel.
Hi, Angel. Hi, Jay. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, Pops?
I'm going to get out your way. You guys have a good night, man.
No, I just muted my mic. It wasn't me.
Okay, there you go. All right, guys. Well, anyway, we'll get through it, I promise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pit. Again, I'm Pete from Fat Guy Inc. You can see that up there. That in the corner up there with all the stuff behind him, that's Atra Messer. That's Jay in the car with his mask on because he's socially distancing with his Uber driver. That's the son of the Saint. These are the homies. They're going to be helping me out. I have some more people online. You guys are coming in the room soon, I promise. I just really quick wanted to jump in with the guys and see where they were at. And they're going to be part of our discussion tonight, and they're going to just be part of the crew in and out. Now, Angel, you've had some stuff going on. What's going on with your Versus series?
So the Versus series had taken a back seat because I was in the hiring process for a new job, which I actually got. So now I am currently a content designer for a TV network. So that's why the Versus series took a back seat. But we're going to jump back into that another, I'd say, week and a half. We're going to jump right back in it with Rafael Tavares on the story. And obviously, probably sometime this week, I will do the live drawing in which, let you people out there pick the names for the rounds.
Now, I know you're in the car right now. When you get the chance, drop the links where everybody can find you right now. I know I do have really quick and really, really, really quick. I don't have it out right now. That's bad production by me. I was going to share your YouTube really quick so we can get that going. Not your YouTube, your Instagram, so we can get a peek. We can get a peek at what's been going on.
Absolutely, yes. I've been switching it up here and there. I've been.
We'll talk really quick. I know
fiddling with different styles, and doing some illustrations here and there, some digital paint here and there. Slinging it, bro. Trying to bring different things to the table.
Now, if you and I have been busy, Jay Atra Messer is he is the hardest working man in show business right now, and he is basically he's basically NASCAR. Jay, what's going on? We gotta take this down a little bit. We gotta talk a little bit. Now, obviously, Angel and Jay are my boys. They're amazing digital artists. They inspire me a lot. Jay, right now, has been taking his game just next leveling every chance he get. Let's talk about technology. Let's talk about sponsorship, because we have a lot of artists that are going to be watching this here, not just on Facebook, but especially on the Comics Cast, on the YouTube channel, which everybody should be subscribing to. And they might want to see some of the Skynet tools that you have going on back there. So we're going to give Jay the floor first.
I can't really show it because it's all mounted under my desk here. So
It doesn't want to touch it because it'll probably bite him.
Let's.
It's the lights are on. It's pretty right now.
Who have you been sponsored with, Jay? What are you working on with these companies and this drawing technology? Talk about it a little bit.
So the newest thing that I actually just did, I did a live unboxing and stuff the other day. It's a company called No Compromise Gaming. Basically you build custom built computers. They give you like the parameters. You pick what you want, and it's like basically lease to own. So it's some people, if they want to build a high end computer, it's going to cost about 2-3 Gs in one shot. They let you basically build up to that. And after, what's cool, what they do is basically after 2 months or 3 months, with once you have a few payments in, you can just change it to something else. If you want a different computer, if you want to upgrade it, if you want to say, you know what, give it back. So you're not obligated to stay with them. In terms of like if you do the agreement with them and get the computer built. Once you do all the stuff with them, which is super quick, you get the computer in about 2 weeks. So they reached out to me, and basically we built a custom computer for me. You call it Skynet because of all the stuff that it does, but it's so much better than what I had before. And what I had before, I used to call the Beast because it was a very good computer. It's going to be my travel computer basically. I had an Asus ROG desktop, which that's basically their high-end gaming desktops. But this is basically all custom built, like in terms of like the RAM, the processor, all that stuff, and like it's such a drastic difference. I mean, I sent you the video yesterday of me just code opening Photoshop and loading up one of my huge sessions, and it did it in about 16 seconds. So
now,
that's crazy.
The question is, and then we'll bring it down to artwork, and then I'm going to go down. Actually, this is a perfect example. We're going to go to the Dr. Doom that you did. I got it on the screen now. The video is going to play a little bit, but that's okay. Now, you built this all the way up from nothing, correct? The Dr. Doom piece. In fact, there's a better shot. There's a better shot here.
There's a little well, not that. Let me see. Go back. It's that one that you picked, the first one. It just got to play.
Yeah, I didn't hit play yet.
But basically that shows a little bit like I did when I was visiting my parents. Basically showing the process of how, like, when I do the digital paintings and stuff like that. I mean, you can't hear it, so I'll narrate basically.
We'll keep it on for a minute or two, yeah.
Yeah, I was basically showing off how I did the throne. If you skip ahead a little bit, you'll see a little bit more. It's just me just talking right now.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's basically putting down colors, and then I have different brushes that I use in Photoshop to basically fill those colors and mix them in and create the shapes. And then it's just all texturing on top of that.
Now, a lot of people talk about lag with the digital pen and stuff like that. Like just that half a second lag. What's now with the whole setup that you got going on and all these sponsorship stuff? What's that kind of lag looking like?
I mean, to be honest, it's one of those things. If anyone here uses like a Wacom or any type of tablet, it's that parallax and all that pen recognition. It's one of those things you just get used to it.
Right.
So it's not something that really affects you. But in terms of the new one I have it's an XP Pen Artist 24 Pro. It's their new high-end tablet that XP Pen sent me.
I think I got the picture of it right now.
Well, that's the small one.
Okay.
That's the small one. That's my travel one that they sent me. If you go down a little bit more, well, I don't know if I actually have a picture of it here, but that's the big one right there.
Right. That's what I figured.
So it's a 24-inch 2K display, and like there's almost no lag when it comes to like the pen recognition. The parallax is like super minimal. It's like really nice to work on it. Like there's no effect in terms of like,
and then
when you're painting anything.
You've been paying it forward a little bit with this, and you've been doing giveaways, and you've been helping other artists and stuff. Angel stepped out, by the way, folks, just for a second. Okay, cool. Now, the next question, because I'm going to start bringing in some of our other friends, and we're going to start talking about stuff. But I know you have a Patreon, and I know you have some breaking news. One more YouTube subscriber, and Joe Tolliver is giving away art. Let's get that going, folks. Let's go. Let's make that happen. speaking of
I
giving stuff away.
subscribe, so I'm expecting to win.
Yeah,
Just
see?
saying, I'm just putting it out there. When we hit 100, I'm expecting a free scratch.
Yeah, see? Look at that. Look at that. I think he might want a beer.
I'll trade a beer for a scratch.
Oh, look at that. Look, wheeling and dealing in the pit. Anything can happen in the pit. Now, Jay, I got the Instagram out for you and stuff like that. You also have a Patreon.
So the Patreon it's just patreon.com/ultramesterart. It's something I started when COVID hit and all the shows got canceled. And a lot of people were asking me to make one. I never really wanted to. But I finally, did it. And basically what I do is you actually get more art through my Patreon than if you was at the show. I do a minimum of 5 pieces a month, and I always do one Patreon exclusive variant for the month. So if you subscribe to the Patreon, you get those as a digital download. You could print them out. I'm gonna start doing mail outs soon. As soon as the mail is a little bit better. I had mail outs before, but I had to stop it because of the way the post office was working. You frozen, Pete? I'll wait for Pete to come back on.
Technical difficulty figured out. Can you see me?
Well, I hear you now, but I can't see you.
Did we lose Pete?
I heard him for a second.
What happened, Jay? Did we lose Pete?
I scared him away.
His computer just shot the bed. Yeah, I got you, Pete. Phil, I'll call you back, bro.
I just messed with him to see if he just lost connection or something.
Well, I was sitting here on the phone with Phil, and I wasn't even really paying attention. I looked over, and his hand's up like this.
Yeah.
And I looked back over a second later, and his hand's still up like this. Oh crap, we lost Pete. But see, that happens.
He lost connection. He's trying to connect back now.
That happens to me every single time I'm getting ready to come on to do a show, like a half hour before. My computer will just go. I have to reboot the whole thing, and I'm sitting here hoping I can get it all set back up before I'm supposed to go live. It does it to me all the time, man.
Oh, we did a test earlier with Pete, and I'm glad we did because since it's a new computer, I completely forgot that I had to set everything up again.
Yep.
So I went to go on and doing it. I'm like, wait, nothing's working. Why is nothing working? I had it connected, nothing. I hadn't set up nothing. So I'm glad we did it earlier. So I was good to go now. So I'd have been over here like fumbling, trying to get everything working at once.
So I'm gonna go ahead and take this moment to say one more subscriber, one more YouTube subscriber. Joe Tolliver is gonna do a sketch. It's gonna and then a drawing for the people that have subscribed to YouTube, and he's going to give away a free.
It's showing 100 on my end.
We got 100.
It's showing up when I refresh the page.
Thank you. All right, Joe, go to work, bro.
Do you need my address now for the sketch?
Oh, we got to find out who.
I'll give it to you now.
You got a 1 in 100 chance.
I got beer.
That's awesome, though. We're giving away free art the first night. That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it.
Let me ask you something, Pops. Are you looking to do like a pre-show from now on?
Well, see, we did one last time. I think we've had to do pre-show the last 3 times because it fills up really fast, and then like a week later, one of my friends will go, "Hey, man, you still got room in the con?" And I'll be like, "Man, all right, let's do Friday night." That's how Friday night started happening. Because the first time we did it back in April, we did Friday, Saturday, and Sunday all day, and that kicked my ass. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh no, like this is like do a couple hours at night, just let it run.
Oh yeah, like 3 days straight. That was just too much. That beat me. You know,
I'm used to doing shows for 3-4 days, just stuck behind the desk. I know how that goes.
Yeah, just like that. So I said, okay, we're just gonna do 2 days from now on. But obviously I know more people than I have time slots.
Yeah, no, of course.
You know what I mean? I got more friends that want to be out here than I have time slots. And that's why I started doing the Monday show too. Now I do the Monday Madness so that I can also, you know, I can still pick some people up during the rest of the month that I didn't get to talk about or talk to during the con. And where's Pete, man?
He's got that crappy Long Island internet.
I am back. The mask is off, so the visual has not improved. So
There he is. He's back.
Oh my
He's back.
goodness. So sorry about that, folks. It's just the gremlins got into my stuff. I'm really sorry about that, everybody. All right. Pops, I appreciate that. Sorry about that. My bad. I wanted to give Pops a birthday present, get him off the chair for a little bit.
Check it out. Check it out.
Hey, we got to 100. Look at that. Woo!
Yeah.
All right. Remember, Jay wants to sketch. So, all right. So Jay Angel here. And Pops is here. Pops, if you want to stay out for a second, I'm going to bring on some folks that we may not know that much.
I'd like to meet
good. First. All right. So first, we're adding ladies first. This is a cosplayer who's absolutely phenomenal, and I'm super happy to have her on the show. Tashio Geek Girl, how are you, darling? How you doing?
Nice.
Let everybody say hi.
Yeah, say hello. Yo, Pop, her back wall is competing with yours.
oh yeah, sure, 100%.
My toys. I want
A lot going on there.
Wow.
Then,
You can't see mine unless I switch it down.
you guys can have a fight.
This is the wall I like, though. This is the wall. These are the walls I like.
beautiful.
That's all the original stuff. I like it.
Then the
It's
next victim I want to bring in, another super talented cosplayer, and everybody has this in common. They all know my sister. That's why Rizuki. But I'm going to be bringing in Tim Tanko, another incredible cosplayer builder.
What's up?
People have been asking me all week about the Merman, so we're definitely going to have to talk about Merman today. How are you? And then one of the reasons why we get to see a lot of these amazing cosplayers is not just at cons, but they're usually getting their picture taken. And one of the people that does a really good job at it, somebody, and not only that, but he's a super awesome, nice guy. And we're getting ready to go to the gun show today because I'm adding our buddy Aries Duran is back. Eddie's here, ladies and gentlemen. And we got a photographer extraordinaire.
How are you guys?
All sorts of stuff extraordinaire. I always see him slinging the big camera. Looks like a missile launcher, taking just dope pictures and everything like that. So I want to welcome, first off, thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. To our new guests, I hope you guys are doing well. I hope everything, I know things went crazy in March, so I'm hoping you guys are doing okay. I know, Eddie, we've talked a little bit, so I know you've gotten back to that. You've gotten back to taking some socially distant shoots, and we're definitely going to talk about that. But we're going to go around a little bit and get some backup on everybody and see what's going on. Sebastian says, hi, yeah, you were just part of – good. Thanks for the segue, Sebastian. Tashi.
So hold on. Let me say it's nice meeting you all and welcome to the madness. I'm going to go ahead and slide back out of the side and let Pete do his thing.
Now, yeah, I think I broke StreamYard before my computer said no. We're gonna bring you on. My computer was just not having it, so it was pretty funny. Huh? My computer hated me. Now, Tashi,
Someone asked me if this was the bridge. This is actually a cat wheel that my cats exercise.
You bought the cat wheel?
Well, actually, I got a good deal on it. Instead of spending over $300, I got it for $60 from someone.
Okay, that's a good deal.
Yes,
that's a good deal. Now,
I had something I had to show off real quick since we have cosplay in the room. I received my Confessions of a Cosplay Diva today from Karen Nicole.
Very nice.
I'll show that off real quick. Woo!
Wow.
Woo! Princess Leia, we got the Princess
I love
Leia. There you go. Okay, I'm back out.
All right, so some of our fans on the Creative Madness and some of the YouTubers on the Comics Cast YouTube may not know, well, probably don't. Where did you start? How did you get into cosplay? What's going on? Talk to us about it a little bit. Tell us your beginning story, your origin story.
Well, it pretty much started probably with New York Comic Con. I forgot what year it was, but It started as just a simple hobby to get away from work and stress. Because as a career, I'm a social worker, so I deal with helping people when they're in a crisis, just having a hard time, and they need that extra boost of someone just coming in to help them, like lift them out of their pits that they're dug themselves in. And sometimes when I come home, I bring the stress with me, and then I become stressed out, and then I need to talk to someone. And then one of my good supervisors I could actually recommended to me, so she knows that I was into comics and movies and stuff. She said, "Why don't you look into cosplay? Something that's different and new, and you may like it." So I was like, I'll give it a shot. So I started doing research like a normal nerd would do. And I started following Instagram people, for instance, the Nerd Truth, which is actually my fiance.
Okay.
Yeah, there was Dominique Sky I followed. There were so many that I started following. And I was like, let me get started. And I started 6 years ago. And it was my Catwoman debate at the New York Comic Con. And it was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me because I got hit on by Stan Lee.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Amazing.
And I actually met Carrie Fisher, and she loved my costume that she did a honky thingy at my.
Harry Fisher can't do
That sounds like a complete victory right there.
Yeah.
It is. And she told me that she loves me, so I was like, it was just a great day. And then I just got into it, and I started doing more cosplays. And then right now, I think Wonder Woman is actually the most popular one that people request for like events.
Let's see if I can find her here. I'm on your Instagram now.
Here it is.
Was this one?
Yeah, well, actually, that was my very first one.
Okay.
I got into actually trying to make the armor from
Let's just do this.
Orbula, actually using corsets and stuff. And actually, that one, the Warbler, oh my goodness, that was such a pain in the butt to make.
I figured between you and Tim, we were going to have a Warbler conversation today.
Warbler is the worst. I always need extra hands for that because it sucks. Maybe Tim knows better how to work with it, but I don't. I also I do like purchase like costumes through like Exposure, Pro Costume, and put things together. But I do actually enjoy making things by my hands.
Well, that was the first question I really wanted to ask, because I know my sister Zuki, and we have this talk all the time. That cosplay is fun. It's supposed to be fun. Whatever level you're at, it's supposed to be fun. So if someone buys a costume and wants to cosplay, there's nothing wrong with that.
There is nothing wrong with that. There is no right or wrong. It's cosplay. It's supposed to be fun. Dress up in any character that you enjoy, that you adore, and just have fun with it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There's always positive. And I always, when I see the negativity to it, I'm like, why is people bringing in all this negativity? It's supposed to be a hobby. It's supposed to be something exciting to do. Bringing your favorite character to life. It's supposed to be a fun thing. It's my hobby to get away from work. Come on.
Now, do you have a least favorite cosplay that you've done?
The least favorite would probably I can't think of one. I actually do enjoy a lot of them.
That's all. Well, then what are your favorite? Then you get to pick your two favorites. Oh, you talked about Princess Leia. There we go.
Yeah, there's my Princess Leia. That one, the buns fight. The buns are hard to do because I actually use my own hair because my hair is long enough for it. But yeah, the buns, they're hard to put up. I'm probably gonna go next time, just get a wig.
Oh, okay, there you go. Now, are you doing all like for stuff like this? Are you sewing everything together from or are you maybe buying the tunic and then making the belt?
Yes. So actually, Jason actually helped me out with the belt, but the suit, I just bought it from I think Amazon or Exposure Makes. It was one of the websites I bought it from. Yeah, actually did Princess Leia. She was fun. She had hair I hate. Anything with hair I hate.
No, there you go. We found the Wonder Woman where you can be a little bit more natural with your hair.
That one is actually, I like that one. Actually, I actually had help with that and a lot of help with the YouTube videos of how to make that armor. I actually used that and actually did help. I mean, there was a lot of errors I had before, so it does take practice. It's not very easy, but once you get it, you actually feel confident that you did something. You're like, oh my god, I did this. I do like that kind of feeling.
Okay. Now, do you have like a super like go-to? This is my cosplay. This is my thing.
It would probably be Wonder Woman or Spider Woman.
Okay.
One. She was such a badass in the comics. I'm just really excited that they're actually gonna look into like making a movie about her. So she was actually one of my favorites, and Wonder Woman, of course. Yeah, I would say between those two are my favorites.
All right. Well, that's cool. Now, we talked about Warbler for a second, and we're going to dive in. We're going to dive over to Mr. Tim Tanko.
Oh.
Because
Tell me what tips.
I don't know where the feedback is coming from, but it's hurting my feelings.
What is that?
Tim, do you have something else on right now?
I got my kid that's about to walk in the door. So, and then
There's some kind of cartoon on that's giving a little bit of feedback. That's all. I'm just trying to figure out what it was, but that's okay. Now,
I got
Tim,
the little ones in the background.
well, that's important. So we're all down with that. So here's the thing. We're going to talk about, again, we're going to go through your origin and stuff like that. We're going to talk about your stuff too. And we're definitely going to, because you are, you disappear into your cosplays a lot. And it's absolutely amazing. Now, the question I have is the merman. We're gonna get into that really fast. We're just gonna dive in. Then we're gonna get into your origin story. But we're gonna use the Warbler as a. And I know I'm saying that wrong, but whatever. We're gonna use the Warbler as a jumping off point here. And I'm actually gonna go to a picture if I can find it really quickly. It's just I can't find it. Oh, there it is. That's Tim Tanko, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. And that is like, how did you not get contracted and to like do the live action movie for them at that point?
I said the same thing. I guess you gotta know somebody. I don't know nobody. If you know somebody, or maybe you know the person, I don't.
I know less people than you do, bro.
Yeah, doubtful.
That is though. That is Tim. That's great freaking work, dude. That looks
Thank
amazing.
you. I appreciate it.
I can't even imagine what do the man hours look like on building that, and what did you make it out of?
The muscles itself, it's just 25 hours at the gym, 8 days.
Right.
This guy's Saitama all of a sudden.
That's it, no, it's upholstery foam, so I ripped up a couple of chairs, I just threw it on.
He's so casual. I just threw it on.
I just threw it on. That's all. A lot of cursing in between, but it's happening.
I believe it.
I absolutely believe it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then the mask is just the EVA foam. So
okay.
The shield itself, that's it. Nothing
now, what got you started, man? What gave you the fire to just create things, and then obviously were you always just busting out stuff like that, or did you grow?
No. I've been to Comic Con since it started in the Javits Center, 2015 or something?
Yeah, something like that,
yeah. I went every year with my brother, and then it got to a point where we've done everything. And we were like, what do we do next? And we were like, we've always talked about dressing up. Let's just do it one day. And me, I refused, just coming from an art background, to just buy a costume and I was like, what do I make? Mm-hmm. And that happened maybe 4 years ago, and I made a MODOK head.
Okay.
Yeah. Originally, I was trying to think of something that no one sees what they know, and I was looking at like old Spider-Man books and Batman books, because those are my two favorite heroes. And I was like, okay, I'll do the Vulture. And I'm looking at the book, and I'm like, I don't know how to sew. So I'm like, forget that. And then I was just watching the Avengers on TV, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll just make a MODOK helmet. You know, it seems simple enough, and then that just came to be.
Dude, but that looks like like almost an action figure, like one of those what is it, sideshow collectible type deals. Like that looks insane.
Yeah, I purposely try to at New York Comic Con. I walked by the Super 7 booth, acting like I didn't know. I was like, maybe someone's there, and it was nice that they recognized who I was, and they're like, man, you look just like the action figure. So it was pretty cool.
That looks amazing.
Eddie definitely caught my good side on that one. So
he's really good at that. I've noticed that he's got some skill with that.
So
here we go.
Yeah,
this is.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cool. That's after the gym, right?
That's my cheat day,
and some steroids.
Yep, the safest place to get them. But yeah, that's basically
yeah, crazy.
That's
now,
it.
Now, from 1 to 10, how uncomfortable is it throughout the day?
Believe it or not, it's not bad. It's taking it off. So I'm drenched in sweat.
I bet, because that's all foam, right?
I'm sorry.
That's all foam. The padding.
It's all foam. The first time I wore it or tried it on, I just threw it on, no undershirt, and I sweated more trying to take it off than wearing it.
I believe it, but it looks really good.
Wow.
So that one's pretty comfortable out of all the cosplays I have. I can't really complain about that one.
The next question that comes to mind with that, well, because we'll dive into this, because this looks a little lighter on the body.
Good. That was
Skicker.
That's my off season body.
Okay. between cycles.
That's it. Transition.
Okay. Transition. Now the question is, what's next? I think I see something that's happening next for you there.
I'm waiting for that, Tim.
Yeah. So am I.
That's gonna be crazy.
So so that was the next build. That was gonna be the contest entry for New York Comic Con, and we all know what happened with that.
Yeah.
So it's been on the side, kind of collecting dust. Don't tell nobody. But it will be done. I just don't know when.
That's freaking amazing, bro.
Because we're all from the area and we all have been to New York Comic Con, I want to be there when you try to get in through the metal detectors with that.
Oh my god.
Well, that's gonna be hysterical.
Yeah, the shoulders are a pain in the ass.
So
I tried that picture right there. I put my camera on a tripod, and I went to go check out the picture, and I was like, man, I got to take another picture. And right when I walked by the camera, I knocked it down with the shoulders.
Oh, man.
Wow.
So the shoulders are a pain in the butt.
Okay, well, I think anything that's worth doing, especially in this realm, is going to be a bit of a pain. But did you decide when you decided? Because I know some people, like I said, it doesn't matter what level, doesn't matter whatever. We talked about this, and we're going to keep talking about that. But did you just decide? Are you that guy that you just got to go all? If you're going to do it, you're going to go all in.
No. I just
fair.
Right. I just do what I like.
So it's not even. So is it at that point? It's like, okay, I want to be Merman, but I don't want to be like. I don't want to do this. I want to be Merman. All right. Okay. There it is.
Pretty much.
There it is. And then what happens? Then what happens? Now, Tasha. So I'm going to skip back. Does that happen to you too? Do you like especially with Wonder Woman, because you got different versions of it? Do you have the same kind of thing? Did you want to be like, I want to be Wonder Woman?
Yeah, all the time since I was 3.
Okay, there you go. So does that make you want to do more and more with the comic? Like, is this the last Wonder Woman version you're going to do, or are you going to work with Tim to do her 1984 armor?
Yes. Come on, Tim. Let's do this.
The wings, you get the movie ready.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's why I can see. I look again because I live with the cosplayer who's a little extra. I know that creative energy when you're starting. Like once you get one thing and it happens, and then you build it more and you keep going, and then all of a sudden you are that character. So do you think the merman or is going to be like the one where people know you, Tim, or is it just going to be you're just going to keep doing bigger things to blow people out of the water?
I think I don't even think the merman is what caught people's attention.
Okay.
I think the Dragon Zord is what.
Oh yeah.
You did a Dragon Zord? Oh man.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the videotape on this one.
Yeah.
Because everybody needs to see. I know that's that. That's down a little deeper, right?
Yeah. Keep going.
Oh, I got him. And actually, funny is enough, the Pink Ranger happens to be my sister in this picture.
Yep.
That's just irony right there. But that's your Dragon Zord.
Yes.
Again, walking. Did you need a handler?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes and no. I can walk in it. I just feel bad for the people behind me or on front of me, because jelly don't shake like that. I got some junk in the trunk when I'm walking with that.
Okay, and there's I'm trying to see if I can find another one. We'll go back to this one. Now there's a tail. I see the tail.
Yeah.
So that's got to be turning corners and stuff. That's got to be a question. I'm going to ask about this. Because I always thought about doing that. I was like, I could build Great Massacre, but I'm a big guy, and then I wouldn't be able to get into the Javits to do that. But the question is, do you have like fans or anything to keep you cool down while you're in a big suit like that, or are you just sweating
it? Both. I bought this mascot fan, and it's like a clip, and I did a little hole in the Dragon Zord to put it in.
Mm-hmm.
It broke off like at the end of Comic-Con, but
because everything breaks when you're cosplaying.
Luckily, it was after. It wasn't during.
Okay.
The fan is just as uncomfortable because there's no circulation from the outside in.
So you're just getting hot air blowing around.
I'm getting hot air blown on me.
Now, Tashi, is this something that I see? Yeah, I know you're becoming the character. So is that something that's going to be? Is armor your next thing? I know you hate Warbler, but I hate
Warbler, but I do like the Eva form, and I want to get more, advanced with that. So I might practice more with that to use for her armor. I do want to get into more armor Wonder Woman. Even with the 1984 one that's coming out with the gold outfit. I guess I attempt to.
She kind of looks like Goldar from Power Rangers.
Yes, she does.
Exactly.
But I'm thinking maybe based on the comics, it's a little different in the comics.
Yep.
Not too much gold, so I'll probably go off from that.
All right.
But yeah, I do want to practice with the Eva form. Warbler, I don't know. I just heating it, and they have to go really, really fast before it cools off, and then it's hard. I'm like, I can't do that.
Look, I'm just gonna tell what I tell Rizuki all the time is like, Yaya Han believes in you, okay? Yaya believes in you. Now we see all these amazing cosplays, and we see all these amazing photos, and I've talked about it on these Instagrams that I've shared. And there's a lot of people behind cameras, but there's one in particular that we have right now. We're gonna give him the floor. The guy behind the camera, Eddie. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you? How's everything going?
All right, so far.
I haven't seen you since the last con, and you've gotten married since then.
Yeah, we did. We got married in February.
Congratulations. I wanted to make sure. Well, now that I got you face to face. Now, photography being another art form that I adore. How did you get? Was it like day one since you were a little kid taking pictures of stuff? Or?
No, it started about 10 years ago. I bought my first DSLR, and I just self-taught. YouTube University graduate.
Oh, okay, good.
I didn't start shooting humans till about 2.5 years ago, and then I don't even recall why or how I wound up at a con. And ever since then, it's just cosplayers. I love shooting cosplayers, and these guys, Tim and Tashi. I haven't worked with Tashi yet.
I know.
We need to. So, but these guys are amazing, and that's why I was like, hey, you guys want to come on a show with me? And all these photos you see here. I mean, I kind of mixed it up a little during COVID because I was kind of bored.
It's pretty.
But all the cosplays down at the bottom, and if you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see me kind of like evolve. Now I'm at the point where I'm doing more composites, adding backgrounds.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, is it weird being on the other side of a camera at this point?
Yeah, I am never on this side of the camera. It's so strange. You'll never see photos of me. If you go to my Instagram, you hardly see photos of me.
Now, what was the first con you went to?
It was actually Comic-Con, New York City Comic-Con. It was I think 2016 also.
Oh,
it was the first
okay.
time and last time, and I said I'm never gonna go again. It's just too overcrowded for me. And I didn't even go as a photographer. I just went as a, hey, I never seen one before. I'm gonna go.
I do not blame you.
It's tough. It can, when you're not behind the table, it's tough.
Yeah.
And I couldn't, I couldn't imagine either. I actually got a little bit of it. I went to Katsucon this past year, and I was basically Rizuki's photography, helper, and lugging around cameras and lights and stuff and everything, taking pictures. Going through a super crowded con is almost like being in that Dragon Zord, Tim. So,
yeah, it's crazy. And now, as a photographer, I choose not to go because the competition is just wild. I mean, there's you have to compete with 200 other photographers, and then hauling everything in the city. I stick to the small, cons out here on the
local
island.
stuff. Yeah, on Long Island.
Yeah.
Now,
there's a center right there.
Yep, there she is now. She's actually at McDonald's getting me ice cream right now because I deserve it. Now, we definitely talked about this for a second. We're definitely going to get into this a little bit, and this is everybody can dive in on that. Now, we talked about this. We all see it when you go to cons. We walk through cons. I mean, obviously, we'll take the cell phone picture with the cosplayer or something, or a quick selfie or whatever. I know I see a Deadpool cosplayer. I want to take a selfie with him because that's just because I'm a sicko. But there's a lot of paid shoots at cons too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing this out to the cosplayers and Eddie. If you guys can talk to us about that, because some people get weirded out when you walk up to it. I see it now and I know, oh, that's a paid shoot. I'm not going to bother them. But some people get weirded out when they'll go try to take a picture with somebody and they're like, oh, excuse me, just give me 10 minutes. This is a paid shoot. And some people don't get what that means. So if you guys can give me an idea what that is, so everybody watching, everybody out here on the Comics Cast Network on YouTube and the Madness can know a little bit more about that. And we'll start with Tashi.
I guess it depends. I mean, I'm okay with people trying to take pictures with me during a photography shoot. Usually the photographers I work with, they're cool with that and they understand with the fans and stuff. But I do see, some cosplayers with photographers that actually would tell someone, "Can you give me a moment? I'm actually doing a private shoot. It's I'm paying for this. I want to take all the time that I have with this photographer to get great shots." So that's understandable. I guess maybe they put a lot of money into it. I mean, I do too, but I usually go with people I know, like Eddie or another friend of mine, like Doug. There's so many of them that they understand, being a cosplayer, that you're gonna have people coming up to ask for pictures. So they'll give you your time to do it, and then you just politely ask a person, "Hey, I have to go do a shoot, but I'll be back." I just do it politely when people do ask if I feel like I'm overwhelmed and it's too many people. But I'm usually, polite about it. I hope I don't sound like I was rude.
Tim, I have to assume that you get hounded at shows.
Well, I don't ask for photo shoots at cons.
Okay, but the fans have to go crazy for you, though.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like I don't plan to do a shoot at a con just because of the chaos. I mean, the last.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah. The Dragon Zord was just insane. I couldn't even walk to get inside. It took 30 minutes to leave the front of the metal detector.
I could only imagine. Because I know New York has the downstairs, but there's escalators and stuff that you would have to get to in that getup. I would be like, I don't know that I would want to pay for a shoot and need 3 hours to get to it from the next floor. Now, Eddie, you're saying you do smaller shows and stuff. Do you do paid shoots at smaller shows, or are you just hanging out?
I actually have. I did a few, and as in a photographer's perspective, it's always about the client, the one who's paying. So if you have people coming up to interrupt, and they're paying, I'm not expensive, so I don't know. Maybe they paid more money for other photographers. So it's up to them, hey, do you want to take a shot with them, or do you want to just stick with the photo shoot? And if they interrupt the model, their head goes somewhere else, and it's it screws up the whole photo shoot.
Okay.
So it's always, I mean, if you can always ask, can I get a shot? And when you're done shooting with the photographer, that's fine.
All right, that makes sense. That actually kind of puts a little bit of light on it, because I'm getting it. It's a courtesy thing.
Yeah.
And some people, if you don't know, just ask.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Now in the chat, Marseille has a question, and I'm going to pose this to you guys. Looks like it's going to go to Tim, but it can go to you too, Tasha. She wants to know, with kids, how do you find time to build?
Yeah, Tim. Wow, Tim.
I give them some whip, and they just no.
Sudafed.
That's it. No. It's not easy when, let me think. My daughter was old enough that she didn't bother, and then my son, he's 2. My girlfriend, she like grabs him and she's like holding him away, and he's like, wait a minute, now at least, last year he wasn't bothering too much, so it was a pretty good age, but now forget it. I can't, there's no time. The costumes are really, they were like all-nighters, so I go to work, I work 12 hours and then come home, family time for whatever time, and then I guess when like everyone goes to sleep, I try to sneak in an hour or 2, and then that ends up being like 4 or 5 hours, and then I got to wake up in like the next 3 hours.
So you've basically given up on sleep at that point.
Yeah. If I take these glasses off, I look like a raccoon, so I'm leaving them on.
I feel that.
It's not easy.
Now, I think all of us in this room and all of us in the chats and on YouTube, on Indie Comcast and Comiccast and things like that, we've all lost cons. I know. We just New York and Anime NYC just decided to be done, and I know that's big for all of us. How are you guys coping with that? Is it giving you more time to build? Or are you just saying, "Cool, I can take a break"?
All of us, or you?
Everybody. We'll go to Tashi first.
So I'm still working. I still have to help people in my area. So I feel like it's still normal, but like not normal. A lot of my clients I see via Zoom. So I'm still kept busy with builds and stuff. I guess I still have the time for it, but I do miss the cons because I don't have anything to look forward to bring out the things that I'm working on. Like I'm working on my Black Widow. I actually like her, and I can't show her off anywhere, so it kind of sucks. But right now, I've been doing my own like photography, taking pictures in my own like.
I think Eddie has a problem with that.
What? Yeah.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Eddie feels threatened. That was actually what I was going to get to, because we were talking about that. But Tim, real quick, have you been building, or are you just like, I'm going to sleep?
Well, I was like, yeah, I got time the first 2 weeks, so I started cranking out Mega Man, and then you're behind these 4 walls, and it's like, oh, well, maybe now's the time to fix the shelf I've been saying I was gonna fix, a couple months back, and that ends up turning into, oh, well, let me build the closet, and then so I've pretty much fixed up the apartment, and then I was like, okay, I'm ready to go back into cosplay, and then I look at the foam and I'm like, I don't want to do this right now.
I understand that though. I do.
There's no, it's unfortunate now. It's like there's no purpose. I don't want to say that. It sounds like a bad word or bad usage, but there's no rush. There's no rush.
Yeah, rush is a good way to put it.
Yeah. I still love it. My attention has gone elsewhere, where I started the business of selling cosplay materials. So now I just received the shipment of foam. So now I have to package it and cut it up for everyone to sell. And then the foam clay I have also as well. So I'm doing, I guess, the business side of it, kind of.
You're elevating the game a little bit?
A little bit. So now
good for you.
Good. You. Now, Eddie, you definitely, you got married.
Yep.
And then I remember I've definitely chatted with you about, I wish I could take pictures. I wish I could do this. I wish I could do that. But you've actually started a different kind of thing taking pictures and photos? Because you've had a few photo shoots in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and I have a few coming up. Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell us more about your socially distanced photo shooting?
Long length, man. I can shoot you from a mile away. Literally, I don't have to stand next to you.
He just turned into a sniper, everybody. He just just turned into a Call of Duty chat.
I can shoot you a mile away, and I don't have to stand next to you. Like I always tell the models, if you're uncomfortable or if you feel unsafe, wear a mask. I'll keep my mask on, and it's outdoors. And like again, I set up my light. I stand back. I tell the model to go over, and then I just we do the photo shoot.
I seen the pictures recently, and she's going to be a guest next week. Tony Scarlett cosplay. I saw her, the crow photo shoot that you did, which was dope. And her crow is, I love the way she envisions her crow. But I saw the behind the scenes pictures of the water and the hose, and I see it. And I know people are trying to picture it. You were legitimately far away from her.
Yeah.
But the shot was still a profile shot. Yeah. So you're doing the socially distant, but still getting some good.
I think all photographers, friend photographers that I work with, they're all doing the same thing. We have 70 to 200 millimeter lenses that we don't have to stand in front of your face, So that's what we're doing right now. And models keep the mask on. When I say we're ready to shoot, the mask comes off, they pose, mask goes back on. It's just how it is. We have to deal with what we got coming on,
Making do and making it happen in where we are right now.
Exactly.
I know Jay's been busy, Angel's been busy, but this is I'm gonna pose this. Jay's drunk. We're gonna pose this. I'm gonna pose this to everybody, and whoever wants to go first, just dive in. What show do you miss the most right now?
New York Comic Con.
Okay.
Yeah. As much as chaotic as it is, New York Comic Con is definitely the funnest.
Awesome close second.
Yeah. I could go with LI Expo.
Which one?
The LI Expo.
Oh, okay, the comic book expo.
Yes.
Okay.
They're always a nice group to talk to, and I always enjoyed like having a table or being a guest, or just going there in general because it was not enough con that I actually got to enjoy.
Yeah, me too. I like that one. That in Tropicon was a lot of fun too.
Tropicon was fun.
The first year, and actually it was a lot of fun. And actually, my favorite con last year was WinterCon. From a photographer perspective, because we had the balcony to shoot people on, that was pretty awesome. And we had a DJ, so that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, they do a good setup out there for the cosplayers.
Yeah.
At the Resort World Casino, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, I was looking forward to New York Comic Con. I had two big cosplays planned out. But yeah, I guess next year.
Yeah, see, I'm still holding on to memory. I got to go to Katsucon this year as a fan, and I did see Tuitu with Jay, but Anime NYC, that's the one that hurt the most because that quickly became my favorite con. And I don't know if you guys have been or anything, but I have to Javits too and stuff. But now we're gonna flip the script a little bit. And if you don't want to answer, huh?
I say Anime NYC is one of the few cons that I go to as just a fan.
Right. It's just a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
It's awesome con because of the shenanigans with the boys.
Well, we're gonna keep that away for right now. We're gonna ask the next thing I want to know is if we ask the ones that you missed, is there anything you don't miss about not going to cons right now, or even a con that you don't miss because it's travel or whatever?
Spending money, like I spent so much money on cons.
Oh yeah, word.
And the hotel, like, can't anything be free?
Yeah. Good thing is that we, like, as guests, or if we have a table or whatever, like other tables, like give us a discount, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
that was really nice.
But I mean, I do a paid photo shoot, and then I take that money and I go buy something. It's like so stupid, but it's fun. I love it, and like a lot of cons right now are doing it online. It's not the same thing. I miss walking down the aisles and seeing stuff and meeting people and shooting just for the hell of it,
I agree.
Yeah. The main thing I miss is more. I don't miss would be the background stuff, like booking the hotels, setting up travel plans, all that stuff. Because these shows, especially when it comes to our side, the artist side,
there's a kitty.
We book these shows almost a year in advance.
Kitty.
Gizmo.
Sorry, I'm the animal guy.
A year in advance, and like Pete's seen it because I'm usually the point man when we go to shows where we're all together.
100%.
I have a spreadsheet that I make with all the hotels, the codes, pricing. It's like office work. So I definitely don't understand. And for this year in particular, I was booked for about 30 shows.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they're all gone. Like we only did up to T2, and after that, it was just gone.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't miss that side of it.
Jay actually brings up a good point because traveling with artwork is one thing, and traveling with the camera stuff, especially flying or cosplay with flying. How difficult is that, and where do you draw your line when you're traveling on how far or something like that? Because Jay and I drove to C2E2, and yeah, that's all we're going to talk about there.
That's in Chicago, by the way.
Yeah, we drove from Long Island to Chicago. So, what do you got? Like, what's your travel yeses and nos?
I got the family, so it's local for now.
Yeah, same here, local for now. I mean, I do want to try Dragon Con.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I know next year we're aiming for San Diego, but I don't think I'm cosplaying because I think I just wanted more experience for first. But
San Diego, you mean at BCC or AX?
Oh, that would be good too. But I was talking about San Diego Comic Con.
San Diego.
I'd love to go there as a fan. I wouldn't even care.
Yeah, let's go as a fan. But traveling with cosplays is a pain, but just to carry them around, especially like the weapons, the accessories.
And I'm sure because you guys as cosplayers, you guys have a lot of fragile materials, right? Anything that's packed a certain way, it can get destroyed in travel, right?
I would be scared to put anything on a plane.
I haven't shipped anything, so I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm shipping the clay, and then the clay, when I ship it, I make sure I wrap it all up in those air pillows that you see. So for the mask, I could only imagine.
The Amazon is sending for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eddie, traveling with camera equipment has to be daunting.
That's one of the reasons I won't go to New York City Comic Con or KatsuCon, because it's just traveling in the train with all that stuff. I can drive to anywhere. Like next year I want to try the one in Maryland. I think that's Katsu, right?
This KatsuCon is in DC, and then AwesomeCon is in DC, and then Otakon is in DC.
See, I don't know the experiences that Jay has with all this traveling and booking hotels and stuff. That's why I stay local, because I live out on the island, and I go to the local cons. I come home afterwards,
The three of us here.
I want to try hitting Dragon Con and KatsuCon.
Yeah.
Look,
that'll probably be the longest distance I will travel for a con.
The three of us.
I'm sorry, Pete. To better tell you, Eddie, every time we go somewhere where it's the three of us together, me, Jay, and Pete, the first thing that happens is me and Pete hitting up Jay. All right, Jay, what's the plan?
Well, here's the thing. Jay is very good at planning, but finding the discounts. So and then we're all from the New York area, so sometimes we don't stay at the Ritz.
If you travel with me, we are slumming it up. We're not at no Hilton.
Nope.
We're not at no 5-star, no 4-star. You're lucky if you get a 3-star.
Right. We'll cram 6 people into a 3-star hotel room just to save that money.
Does it get any worse than that one room? And where was it?
Angel.
That was the first Awesome Con we did.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that later. But go ahead, Pete.
All right. So we looked at the traveling, and we're keeping it local. And I'll be completely honest, and I'll put a pin in this with this. It is nice to go to a show and sleep in your own bed.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It absolutely is. Okay. Now the question to Eddie, Tashi, and Tim, and whoever wants to go first, go for it. What about pop culture? What about comics? What about anime? What about whatever got you into? Like, was it always a thing, or was it something like you started taking pictures 10 years ago? You started this, like, what got you into this old geek culture thing, for lack of a better term?
For me, it was my brother.
Okay.
Yeah, he's big Star Wars person. You know, he grew up on the 80s, and you know, the 90s. The 90s is where I came. So, but for me, it was cartoons. You know, cartoons. You know, you wake up Saturday morning cartoons. You know, Batman. You know, like I said, Batman's my favorite character, and Spider-Man. So, you know, the animated series of Batman, Spider-Man, and the X-Men. You know, it was like a must for me. And then the Power Rangers. You know, grew up on the Power Rangers, and for Merman, I had a Merman action figure when I was a little kid. So that's where Merman comes into play.
Okay, there you go. So you from a little, you were like, yeah, this has to happen.
Yeah. You know, I was like, what do I make next? And I was like, you know what? I had a toy Merman, which I always played with. So let's make Merman.
So,
all right, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a little kid, when I was young, like I used to draw just like you. I actually was really good, and my mom was like, "Oh, you're gonna be a great artist." Then we moved, and that went down the drain. And then I picked up a camera and I started shooting, and I went to the first con and I loved it. I mean, what's better than shooting people with costumes? That thing is awesome, you know. And everybody's so different. Like everybody has their own story, and it's so fun to talk to people about that, you know.
That's kind of the point of what I wanted to do with this. I want to get everybody together and talk about their stories and talk about stuff going on. I know Jay's got an idea for you, Eddie, I think.
Well, I had a question I want to ask Eddie. It's funny with Eddie because me and Eddie have talked before, but only through DM. Because I did a cosplay edit for a picture that he did. So my question to Eddie, because I've dealt with this with other photographers, because I like doing the cosplay edits for fun for other cosplayers, but I always tell them, if you don't own the picture, you know, you gotta get the photographer's permission. Yeah. And you know, now we saw, like Eddie knows, I reached out to Eddie also. I said, you know, you'll get full credit for the photo and stuff like that. I want to know your opinion in terms of like someone reaching out to you like that. How do you actually feel about that? Because I know a lot of photographers now, they do their own composites and their own edits now also. So on your side, like how do you feel about that? How do you think will be the correct way for someone to come up to you like that? What would be the incorrect way? Because I know, you know, cosplayers ask, sometimes artists might ask, like you being the photographer side, owning the picture, what are your thoughts on that?
Exactly the way you did it. I mean, I think you're the one that did Christina's, right? Choco Bobot?
Yeah.
Yeah. So exactly like you guys did. She asked me if she can use my photo and to give you full permission to use the photo, which is fine. I'm not the kind of guy that's gonna say no, don't do it. You know, hey, I like to see other people's creative juices.
No, I completely understand when they do, and they say no. I say no more.
Yeah, exactly. Like I won't touch another photographer's photo either. Like somebody says, "Oh, this guy did this crappy job on this photo. Can you fix it for me?" I'm like, no. I don't touch other artists' work. You know, it's their vision. Unless they say, sure, go ahead, he can do whatever he wants, and then I have it in writing, you know, like a text or something, a screenshot, then I might do it. But I don't just touch anybody. Like a tattoo artist is not going to touch another tattoo artist's work. You know, it's just the way it is. You don't touch another artist's work. And I just had this problem with one of the cosplayers I did. I did her photos, and some guy came and he did some crappy edit to it without asking or anything. And I told him, I'm like, yo, what's going on? So she apologized. She told him not to do it, and then he took him down. Which, you know, ask for permission. That's what I'm saying. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a right way to do it. Like I said, I told the photographer, like, you need to get the photographer's permission. I can't touch it until he says okay, and then I'll talk to the photographer too. And like I said, I've been told no many times. I've had cosplayers who like I really want you to do it, but the photographer says he doesn't want no one to edit the picture. I'm like, I mean, I honestly, I can't touch it.
Yeah. I'm very easygoing. People ask me all the time. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. I don't care. You know, so if you give me full credit and then you just don't say that you took it and then you edit it, you know, I don't have a problem with it.
I mean, you're right. Don't do to someone else's work what you wouldn't want someone to do to yours, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Just a little respect, a little courtesy, and 9 times out of 10. You know, if you give that courtesy and that respect, you get it back. You know, someone, you got to respect that. That's somebody's artistry you're messing with.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, really quick, because I've had cosplayers ask me recently, and I've posted them. And actually, Eddie, I think I sent you a message about it. Can you draw this picture of me? because I want, a drawing. Can you do whatever? Same thing. Okay, let me just talk to the photographer and get their permission. Or sometimes I'll use a cosplay photo as reference. I'm messaging the photographer.
Yeah.
Because that's, and even if like there was one I just did, I wanted to draw Spider-Gwen, so I messaged the cosplayer and the photographer. And they're like, wow, why are you asking me? And I guess it's, just courtesy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like with the Red Sonja, you said you wanted to use it.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. We were talking about that. Yeah, that's right. That's that's one I was getting at too. A friend of ours, Cucumber Cosplay, and Eddie did an amazing Red Sonja photo shoot. And I actually have a blank sketch cover, a Red Sonja blank sketch cover. I'm like, wow. And then we talked about it for a little bit, and it was great. I'm going to add somebody to the stream since it is a pit. This is Danny Morales. Danny works at a local comic book shop in Florida called The Collective. And I know we're not talking a lot about comic books. Danny is a fan of cosplay and photography. And I'm sure Danny wants to ask something. Danny?
Yo, can you guys
There he
hear
is.
me? Yeah, my camera's not working for whatever reason, but it's cool. I look like an idiot right now anyways.
Okay.
So you guys are all cosplayers. I'm so jealous. So like right now, like, and Pete's seen me, my hair is like super long. I'm a Spanish guy. I'm like really brown. And I always wanted to do for MegaCon. I'm here in Orlando. My whole plan was to grow my hair out for a whole year, and I was going to be Cisco Ramon from the Flash TV show. Like my hair is literally that long. I'm like as tan as him. And then, we never got MegaCon, so my dreams never came true. But it's like, so where do you guys get your inspiration to like get the characters that do you guys typically go with like your favorite characters or characters that you guys seem to match your personalities and like your guys' style?
I usually go with a character I enjoy reading or, watching a show of. Since I was little, I was always a Wonder Woman fan. Since I was 3, my mom to this day still shows a picture of me when I was 3 in my Wonder Woman underwear. Such an embarrassment, but I always watched her shows when I was little. So I always based it on a character that inspired me to get into being a geek. He was one of my heroes. Also, Spider-Man. I got into the comics of Spider-Man because he was a nerd in school, and I always checked on, and I kind of felt the same way when I was growing up. So you could be anybody you want. There's no right or wrong. If you want to do a character, but you feel like I don't really look like that person, who cares? Do it what's best for you and what you want it to look like. There's no right or wrong, and if you want to do someone, do it. Go for it. And if you want to reach out to any of us for any tips or anything, you're allowed to do that. That's what we're here for, to help our cosplay community and reach out to others.
That was actually the next thing I was gonna. Tim, do you want to follow up on that?
No, I agree. Like I said, I grew up on cartoons, so my stuff is pretty much what I like. It's you got to be happy. If you don't want to go to a con and then you're miserable that you're Batman, but you wanted to be a Superman, it makes no sense. You're supposed to enjoy yourself. So,
right. Yeah.
So that's what I do. I hate myself when I'm building it. It's like, what did I get myself into? It's like shit. But when it's done, it's like, whoa, I made that. For me, I'll never forget. I always wanted to be the Green Ranger. And my mom got me a Red Ranger costume, and till this day, it's like I always want to be a Red Ranger. A Green Ranger, and then that's where the Dragon Zord came in. It's like I see a lot of people with the Green Ranger. Let me be a Dragon Zord instead, and I became the Dragon Zord, and I was just super happy. There's no complaints at all about
that. That's awesome. Let me follow up actually, if Pete doesn't mind.
Go for it.
I've seen it at both small cons. My girlfriend cosplays as like Gwen Stacy and Harley Quinn often, and whether it's MegaCon or like a small con like Orlando Toy and Comic Con, we always have like a couple of kids that come up and like they're really excited. Like they don't know that it's not, like they really feel like it is Harley Quinn or it is Gwen Stacy, and they take a picture and they're so excited. What's that mean to you guys when that happens and it's usually just like a little kid who you like kind of made their day?
It's everything.
Yeah. It's everything. It would make my day. I love that, to be inspired by little kids. It just brings a smile to my face. I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm doing this for, to know.
Any good stories of when that happened?
I was about to ask that. Do you have like a favorite memory of that happening?
I think of one. There were so many of them.
Now we're trying to get you into the fields, you know.
Fields. Let me think. Oh, it was actually one of my first Rey cosplays. I did it at a New Jersey Devil Star Wars night, and I was dressed up as Rey. And I guess there was a group of Star Wars characters there, but they didn't have a Rey, so they actually asked me to be included in their group and follow them to be, I guess, the characters for their show. And there was this, I think he was like 2 or 3 years old, but he was dressed up like a little Luke Skywalker. And he actually was following me the whole time and kept saying, Rey, Rey, come here. And he always wanted to give me a hug. And I always asked his dad to take a picture. And I thought that was such the cutest thing ever. And, you know, it made me feel like, wow, I guess I am really Rey because Luke is looking for me.
Amazing.
But it was a very inspiring night that night because, you know, I got to follow those actually professional Star Wars group because they needed a Rey. And then I just had this little Skywalker following me. It was such a great night. Things like that just, you know, it just makes me want to do more cosplay and participate in like, you know, like children's fundraiser sort of thing or little like gatherings for parties for kids or something. Or just, you know, continue going to cons and bringing smiles to kids' faces again.
We want to talk really quick. I just want to mention, because some folks on the YouTube, on the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, they're talking about the gentleman here of Critical Blast did a Joker cosplay in 1989, and it wasn't so much of a thing back then. I know I definitely, as the old guy in the room, I don't remember. The comic book shows were different back then. There were long boxes and people smoking. That's really what comics. It wasn't like they are now. What's you guys? First off, Tim, do you have a child memory from Comic Cons?
I can't say I do, but it's fun with the cosplays that I've had. You see the adult become the kid.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of that.
That's cool. They just geek out like they were 6 years old.
Yeah, and I do the same thing. You know, it's like,
right.
Whoa, I'm that person that I grew up on. This is incredible. And then they see it and they're like, whoa, like you're that person I grew up on. And it's like, you know, it's just it continues and you know, it's great. You know, kids do you know, they run up to me. They probably ran up to me more on the Dragon's Door than the Merman. You know, everyone's like, who's this guy? And you know, I try my hardest to never say no, you know, to anyone.
Sure. I mean, it's got to be tough when you got to go to the bathroom or you haven't eaten in 12 hours.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's when my kids come to the cons. You know, it's like the attention's on them. So now I promised my daughter, you know, if it's a day that she goes, I don't dress up at all.
Right. Okay. That's
the attention's on her, and then you know she enjoys it. Because you know the toys, she's got to get a toy.
That's very true. Pete, can I ask them something else? Since
dude, have fun.
All right,
have fun. You're on a roll, man. You're making my job easy. But first, I do want to mention Neo Star Productions. We will once cons come back. You have to go and you'll have fun, and it'll be wonderful. I promise.
Yes, cons are awesome. Living in Orlando, gone to the big ones, gone to the small ones. They're all awesome. I'm trying to go to like a collectible card show like the next couple weeks because that's where you find some good comics sometimes at the collectible card show.
Yeah, you do. You really do though.
But so as a retailer, you know, we're doing free comic book day, even though it was kind of canceled in, this year. You know, it's typically in May. And right now with COVID, things are completely different. So I'm trying to think in a pre-COVID, post-COVID world. But what can retailers kind of do to help try to get maybe cosplayers in the store on big events like that? And what's the outreach? You know, what could the benefit be for both sides of trying to get cosplayers out? Because like I said, I know kids love them. So we do free comic book day and events like that really for the kids. So like, you know, what positives could you guys see of a relationship like that with retailers and stores like that?
I can hear Eddie thinking.
No, actually, I have a friend that does that. there's a comic book store here on Long Island that hires cosplayers to come do free comic book days also.
Genesis
always dresses up as Harley Quinn.
Yeah, Genesis.
Yeah, them.
Genesis.
So I mean, if you want to contact them and see how it goes for them, or maybe contact the cosplayers that go, because I know a couple that go to do that.
I actually go to one over here in Port Jarvis, New York. Havens for Heroes.
Yep.
They actually do ask me and my fiance to cosplay during their free comic book days, and usually, I mean, like I'm friends with them, so I volunteer anyway. So I love their store and the people that work there. Usually, he just provides me like free giveaways, provides me food, and I just enjoy being there, participating in something like that, especially to be with the kids.
I mean, for a kid to come to a comic book store and actually see their hero there and look at it in the comics, it makes them happier. It makes them want to buy something.
Yeah.
And even it's funny because Eddie says makes them want to buy something. Like at the end of the day, as a retailer, that is the objective. But what's funny is I also view it because if you want to be a retailer long term. Those kids potentially, if my store ends up being there 20, 30 years down the line, those kids could potentially be customers in 15, 20 years. And they have to make good memories at the beginning. And that's kind of what I always try to facilitate. We have a ton of free books on the register. And the rule is that you don't let a kid walk out of here without a free book any day of the week. Cool. So we try to do cool things like that. So, yeah, and definitely in a post-COVID world, we're going to hopefully bring out a lot more cosplayers so that kids can meet their heroes. My dog dresses up as Batman, so for Free Comic Book Day, that will be
his dog.
That'll be that'll be the one cosplayer at Free Comic Book Day since in this COVID world. But in the future, we're definitely going to try to find some locals out here. I know Orlando has tons of them. But you can tell, Pete could probably tell you, I've been so busy with the comic side of things, I haven't had the chance to look at the other side of retail and outreach like that. But
Danny likes to bring indie comics to the masses at local comic book shops, and that's actually the next thing I want to dive into. And Eddie, I definitely want your perspective on this too, because indie comics are on the rise, and these original characters, these not Marvel or DC characters are coming. So have you guys ever thought about or cosplayed like an original or an indie comic character, or what do you know about that? What's
I mean, before I started doing photography, I was actually dabbling in a little bit of armor myself. I actually built a couple of costumes for Halloween, the New York City Halloween parade. So I know exactly what goes into the work and the whole construction thing. I know what you guys put into it.
We haven't been. Well, I'm bringing in the ringer right now to talk. We're gonna bring back Larry Patrick Higgins.
Tashi and Tim, is there like a dream build that you would like to do in the future? Like, even if it's something that's maybe outside of your skills right now, but what would be like your dream build?
I think.
Yeah. For me, it was the Dragon Zord. Now I did it.
Is Megazord next at that point?
How did you see out of that thing? How was your sight out of that?
I made in the neck area. It's mesh, so I can see right through it, but you can't see in.
Okay.
Yeah. Originally, I was gonna try and see out of the eye, out of the mouth. But then it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then my head was where the neck was.
How tall was it?
I'm 5'7", so that's probably maybe 6'3".
Wow.
Okay, that's big.
Not too tall.
That's good size. Now, I brought in Nyobi Komix here because he does have an indie book that's doing really well. And he does have a character. Hey, Larry, how are you, sir?
Yeah, brother. Welcome back. What's up?
Tashi, Tim, Eddie, this is Larry. Nyobi. Now,
Danny,
has anyone cosplayed or looked into cosplaying Nyobi, Larry? And what would you think if somebody wanted to?
Oh, it's been done several times.
Okay.
Yeah. I could probably find some pictures here in a bit. But yeah, no, we've had people show up at shows cosplaying as her. Kid cosplayed as her. We've had official cosplayers, that would hang around the table and cosplay as her in the past. We've done photo shoots, all sorts of stuff. And I too have cosplayed. I cosplayed as Negan, won an award for that. Cosplayed as Cyclops, the movie version. Yeah, well, I've dabbled a little bit. I mean, it's just stuff that's sort of easy to put together. And I don't have the skills to, craft an entire costume or anything like you guys. I mean, that's a whole other art and craft all on its own. But
so no Dragon Zord, Larry?
No. I mean, no merman costume, which was epic, by the way.
Thank you.
No. I mean, I understand and the work that goes into some of the costumes. I've known a lot of cosplayers in the past, and sometimes it's a whole year to put something together. Neil Star Productions in the chat says hello. I've been going with all in with indie comics as of late. You have to. I have yet to be disappointed. Well, that's good, brother. But no, I understand, man. The craft, the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into that.
I'm trying to figure this out. Sorry, I had a question in my head and it went away like a little bird. I don't know what happened there.
It's all right, brother. You'll find your spot.
It happens. It happens.
So can I shameless plug real quick? Actually, I want to shameless plug real quick, and then I have a question for, I don't know who's in the middle here, but I have a question. Not above Tim, but shameless plug, the collective. We're talking about indie books and not being disappointed. We do a first issue guarantee in store, and it used to be with all of our regular books because DC, Marvel, we order a ton of them. If you don't like the book, you return it back, and we let you grab another book, so that way you didn't waste your $4.99 or whatever. Well, we've extended it to our self-published books, which, it's totally different ordering process, but we figured it's the best way to get these comics in people's hands is to give them this no risk, guarantee. If you hate this book, and hopefully you're not, but if you hate this book, you bring it back. Sorry, I put it back on the shelf, and you get something that you like. And then secondly, are those original prints behind you there?
Jay,
Jay, are those original prints behind you, Jay?
Well, they're prints of my work, yeah.
Dude, those look amazing, and we need to be in contact because I need some of those prints. Like,
no, definitely. I'll hit you up because I actually wanted to talk to you about the Nyobi thing, so maybe we can work something out.
Yeah.
Oh, Nyobi is Larry.
But Jay,
I just saw the picture here, so I thought I was.
I personally want some of your prints, but we also because we have MegaCon in store or MegaCon right close to the store. We yearly will get prints and have them signed by the artist, and we'll sell them in store. So we could also potentially sell your prints in store, So that's also something we can always do. But I want some anyways. So.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely talk.
Hey Pete, I got a screen share for you, brother.
I'm gonna piggyback on that and say, Danny, we may have to talk too, bro.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, we love signed prints and signed original art and stuff like that, and we do decently well with that stuff. So it's really cool.
It is turning into a love fest in the pit. I love it. That's what we pit mentality. I love it. We're now. You have a screen share, Larry, that you want to do. Okay.
Yeah, pop that up. I'll give people an idea of like what the Nyobi cosplay is like.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's perfect then.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I mean, simple outfit to put together. You just need a wig, maybe some pigtails, a leather jacket, the skirt, and the face paint. Really sort of simple stuff.
Sometimes simple is better.
Another shot. You know what I mean?
Great one.
Yeah, this is us sort of like having fun at the comic shop where we did a little signing.
Nice.
This we made into a poster that was available to backers a while back. There's nothing naughty here, so don't worry, Rich or Pete.
I wasn't worried. I believe in you, Larry.
Don't lie to me. You were sweating. You were sweating it a little bit.
Yeah, there's another girl that's come out and done it. You know what I mean? That's the kid that came out.
Uh-huh.
So, nice. Larry, let me ask you, what did it mean to? Oh, look, there's Cyclops.
I actually do a lot better than that. I have like the leather jacket and the X symbols and stuff. That was me just being sort of casual.
So what did it mean to you the first time you saw somebody come up to you with the Nyobi cosplay, and it was a character you created and stuff like that. What was that like?
Oh, dude, man, it's amazing, right? Like you would think, like, hey, I'm just nobody, That was cool, right? Taking the action photo shot there, right? But yeah, hanging out, and then someone comes up dressed as Nyobi, and you're like blown away, And the funny thing is, like, we kind of have some sexy imagery on the books, but a lot of women, a lot more women, I would say, than men have like bought the book at the show. You know what I mean? They like I guess she portrays a strong image to them. It's interesting.
Let me take that and twist it a little bit for a second. Tasha, you definitely cosplay a lot of powerful women. Is that something that you think about when you do it?
I'm trying to look him up now so I can look into cosplaying her.
Oh, there you go.
Dude, that'd be wild.
An empowering woman is definitely something like. Do you feel like that's something that you look to do on purpose, or?
Yeah, because I was gonna say I could do that with my own hair, just darken my hair and put some pink highlights in it. I could definitely do that.
Yeah, it's certainly not a difficult costume, and we have fun with it. Especially when we get to go to cons or shows. I mean, COVID has obviously shut that down, but we love it when people come and cosplay. This was Emily. She was like our official cosplay model for a couple of years.
Oh wow!
No, she did a fantastic job. She just took the role and ran with it. This is a girl named Kayla. She just kind of did it on her own.
Here's a question I'd like to ask you, Larry. How does it feel for you to be a creator, to see your creation being cosplayed like that? Like, what's the emotional state you go through seeing this type of stuff?
Well, Emily was the first one to really do it, and she approached me to do it. She was like my buddy's sister, and she's like, you know what? I have to do this. Let me do this. And I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yes. Oh God, yes. Let me do it. And I said, okay. Can we take some photos and make a thing of it? She's like, oh God, yeah, right. Because she had modeled before. It was, not a big thing to her. But when you see it, in the flesh, eye to eye, like there's my creation, and someone is, donned up as it, and it looks so good. And when she gets on the floor, when we were doing con, she was so good with everyone, taking lots of pictures, and the kids loved her. And
that's awesome.
Very friendly, outgoing. Of course, she's kind of easy on the eye. She sold a lot of books. You know what I mean? Like,
it's part of the gig. Now, really quick, because it's. I might have asked this before, but is there? I'm going to start with Eddie too, because he's on the camera. He's on the behind the camera side. Was there anybody, even as a fan, and then I'll throw this to everybody as fans, but I'm going to go to Eddie since he's our resident photographer first. Was there any cosplay that you've seen or character you've seen and go, I need a picture of that now?
Oh,
Jay,
yeah,
I'm going to you last with this, Jay.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, my big the easiest ones to photograph are DC, Marvel, because I already know them, But when people come up to me with anime, and I have to ask them who they are, it makes it a little bit harder for me. But yeah, there's a lot of I mean, even now I see people posting their future builds, and I'm like, Tim, I want those, and I messaged them. I'm like, hey, how would you like to do a photo shoot with me? So yeah, there's definitely a lot of people out there that they got some awesome work that I want to work with.
Now, as cosplayers, Tashi and Tim, do you ever see another cosplay? And if you do, please cite some examples where you go, oh my God, where you completely just out when you see the cosplay.
I would say Tim. I'm excited to meet Tim. I think it was the Long Island Comic Expo, and he had a table and he had all his stuff there, and I was like, oh my God, it's Tim Tango. I love him.
I did hear his name because I was in the artist side, and I definitely, my sister wouldn't stop talking about how just dope. Oh, we got Tim Tango because she was planning everything. We got Tim. I'm like,
I
had to go to your Instagram and.
Yeah, I left my table to go say hi to Tim. That's how much I'm a big fan of his work.
So Tim, you have to.
I told him he had to throw on the costume so I can take a photo of him, and that's when I caught him at that. Tashi too, she got a photo for me on that con.
Tim, I know you have to say Tashi right now, but
yeah, I have to. Secretly it is. in cosplay, I can't see. So, you know, I gotta be like a little bit of a douche and be like, no. But there was one time I was at a photo shoot with a group of cosplayers, and I'm about craftsmanship. If I think the craftsmanship is great, and it doesn't matter, you don't have to be a professional. You know, I see people with that are just starting, and I'm just like, wow, like you had no experience at all, and you were able to pull together a whole outfit. You know, yeah, I mean, one time, I don't know, I think maybe I came off as a creep, and like my jaw fell to the floor, and I was like, oh my god, like I don't know, maybe the stuff I was saying was rude, but I was like, did you make this? How long did it take? Like, I can't believe this. This is amazing, you know, and you know, it happens. It happens. You know, unfortunately, I don't like the comment stuff. You know, just because I see it too much, like the same suit or whatever. But if
Something different.
Yeah, you know, something different that always catches my eye. Or if I can tell that you made it, you know, if I see that you made it, it's like, holy cow, like you made it, wow. You know, I enjoy it. You know.
See, that I like something that I love obscure or something I didn't see. And for me, and then because all of us except for Larry and Danny are from Long Island area, for me it was when the first time I saw Tomcat as Beatrix Kiddo and what's your face from Golden Girls mixed.
Oh yeah, that's a great
one. Yeah, because Tom, you know, Tom is our con mom, but he is absolutely always brings the heat. So that's it for me. That's it for me. Angel, anything that's made you go, I have to leave my table and take a picture right now?
Yeah, that Tomcat is like one of those, like he puts these builds together that I think my favorite from him is what's that character from Hocus Pocus?
Oh yeah,
the witch.
Yeah, yeah, like that's my. I saw him dressed as that. I was like, holy crap! Like down to the teeth, everything, every little detail. For me personally, in a cosplay, it's like I don't care if you bought it or you built it, but if you get these little details,
that
make the character, you will automatically have me hooked. I'm in.
Tomcat's amazing with that. He's like spot on with everything. Even the voices, man.
And if anybody can get on his when you get on his social media, you see that every stitch, he agonizes over this stuff. Like I honestly would love to be a fly on the wall or have a webcam, having like him have to help Tim build like a Dragon Zord again or something, because I think that would be a lot of fun. And now, Angel and I, Jay and I may be the anime freaks in the room, and that's why I saved Jay for last. Because Jay usually makes my table at Anime NYC home, because it's the only show he goes to as a fan, and he runs around taking pictures and stuff. Cosplay that blew your mind.
Well, there's two. One, I haven't met. I would love to meet. It just hasn't happened yet. And I'm mad I didn't go to Katsu because she was there. It's a cosplayer from Germany called Fantastic Nami. She does a lot of the loot stuff. So I can't bring up her stuff, but she builds everything from literal scratch. And she does these Monster Hunter armor cosplays that are ridiculous. Like, it's amazing the work that she puts in. Like, that's one that if I would love to take a photo for her and edit it and do an edit. In terms of one that I did meet and it just didn't work out, there's a cosplayer. It was actually this last New York Comic Con last year, Elizabeth Rage.
Yes.
She did a Maki from Fire Force. It glue in the dark, and like she went in and she was building it and like posting it on Instagram, and I saw that she was going to be at New York Comic Con. So I actually reached out to her and I was like, listen, I need to do an edit of that when it's done. And we were trying to set up where I would go and take a picture of her, leave my booth and stuff like that. But it was just so busy, and then she was so busy because, doing her shoots and me at my table. it just never worked out. But that was one that I regret because I really wanted to do. But those would be the two off the top of my head that I would say.
It's why I keep thinking that Eddie's the smart one, because you can't get anything done if you're trying to get something done at New York Comic Con. I remember sitting down before. There's a thing, and then everybody who's been will understand this. Thursday they let the VIPs in. Every day they let the VIPs in an hour early. Yeah. So 9 o'clock Thursday is when the first horde of nerds comes in as a VIP. So I get behind my table. Me and Brendan, my partner, we get behind the table. Okay, 8:30. We've already gone to the bathroom. We got our food. We got our drinks. Stay out of the aisle because you don't want to get run over by the nerd horde. So next thing you know, you hear the ground rumble. It's like Jurassic Park. Okay, you hear it. Yeah, no, it's insane. You hear them. Oh, they're over there. They're over there. Here they come. And then it happens. But I remember Thursday this year. Thursday is supposed to be the quiet day. Thursday, I sat down at no, not at all. Thursday, I sat down at 8:30, and Jay was a direct, diagonally across. So same thing happened to him. I didn't look up. I looked up for a second, but I didn't even get to go to the bathroom till 6:30.
Damn.
Oh, that's a good problem. That's a
great problem, but we got murdered, and that's why I'm like, Eddie might be on something, not going. I remember this year Thursday. Huh? Down at Danny, I can't hear you.
Oh, my bad.
Diagonally across. So same thing happened to him. I didn't look up. I looked up for a second, but I didn't.
A little bit of deja vu, eh, Pete?
Yeah, right. That was my bad. I was opening it.
That's a great problem, but we got.
I was about to say, yeah, he sounds like Pete.
Yeah. Yo, that brownie's hitting different. I'm just telling you all that right now. That brownie's hitting mad different right now. I think too many. Oh, damn. So I'm drinking water now. Okay, we lost Danny.
The ice cream.
There we go.
I'm for it right now.
I was trying to open it up so I could comment, and then I realized Pete was just yelling at me in two different directions.
Stop mashing buttons. This isn't Street Fighter.
Jump lead all the way.
But all the gamers
I'm trying to find one that's safe.
You might be there a while. But Danny, go ahead. What you got?
No, so I actually wanted to really quickly go ahead and drop the link for our free comic book day event.
Yep, get it in there.
Oh man, that's an ugly link. I don't know
why
it's so ugly.
He wrote that link in Klingon. Wow.
It works apparently, but it's really ugly.
Okay, folks, screen cap that and decipher it.
Yeah, trust me, it's not spam. Anyways,
if anybody on the Comics Cast YouTube can code and figure that out for us, I would really appreciate this because Danny's trying to bring us into the Matrix.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blue pill, red pill, guys. But anyways, I'm actually working behind the scenes, literally 10:41 Eastern time here, still trying to set up our free comic book day, which is going to be next Friday. And
I think I can get a book out to you in time.
Woo! I'm excited.
I gotta do it first thing
we're
Monday.
doing tons of prizes.
Nice.
And tons of indie guys. A lot of our prizes are going to be indie guys. And my theory is I get these indie books in people's hands and then word of mouth just spreads, and they're like, oh, dude, I read this book. They gave it to me at the Collective. It was actually really great. Where do I find it? Just at the Collective and on some people's, on their website, because we give everybody the link to their website. And I'm just really excited about this event. So I wanted to make sure to plug it real quick and drop the link because we're bringing one. Kayla, I know you're excited. My dog's excited too.
I was about to say, dude, don't talk to your girlfriend like that. What are you doing?
We can't say this. We can't say that. But no, we're bringing out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 local artists and writers to our event. So even though COVID's here and everyone's going to have to wear a mask and nobody will know if anybody's smiling or crying, we're hopefully going to have a good time. So I just wanted to make sure that I plug that real quick.
You can always tell. Yeah, I'm always crying. So you can always tell.
We have to sell everything with our eyes nowadays, right, guys? Like you can't use like.
I have sexy eyes, but we're not going to talk about that now. Jay finally found something for us.
No, I just wanted to show one of the Monster Hunter builds. I had to, like I said, I had to find one that was safe. What was it
Can you get into it?
Star power in the chat, Pete. You have Dan Overa, colorist extraordinaire. He's done work for Action Lab Comics, Zenoscope Comics, and he's the full-time colorist on Nyobi.
I was actually about to dive in on that. Thank you, Larry. Larry, we are in the zone together right now, bro. We are on the same, we're on the same paragraph of the same page, bro. Today,
I
it's
love
really
Action
scary.
Lab. I love it. I said it earlier. I could totally see Nyobi being published from Action Lab. I don't want to put Larry's stuff out there, but I could see it happening.
Jay, what do you got for us?
Oh, just a picture of the build. I sent the share screen thing. I'm not sure if you see it or not.
Yeah, I got it. There we go.
Good.
And,
See, that's the kind of
when I
customer
say-
I'm like, I want that.
When I say from
photograph.
scratch, it's from scratch.
Holy crap!
Oh, the details of that thing. Oh my
That's
goodness.
no joke. No joke.
That's a lot of work.
And all her builds are like that, but they're more on the
Does she say what she-
side. But
does she
they're
say-
legit cosplays, and I talked with Pete about this. In terms of you guys, maybe you could weigh in on it. I know a lot of, in terms of like the loot cosplay stuff, it gets a lot of grief, but I still think it's still cosplay, still art. Everything has its own lane that it can go into. It should.
Oh yeah, 100.
It's the same as hate, complaining about people that maybe bought a costume over builders. It's still just cosplay. Everybody's just doing it in their own way. Like, how do you guys feel in terms of that?
Well, way back in the day, cosplay was sort of unheard of. You would go to these Star Trek conventions that maybe be at like a dingy hotel somewhere, and maybe you had a couple people that would show up with some Spock gears and a uniform, But, in the last, say, 15 to 10 years, as this culture, this geekdom, if you will, has opened up to so many more people through, whether it be through Netflix or through anime or through the movies or through the mangas or young adult, whatever it is, it's hit mainstream. And so everyone now gets a chance to come in and sort of enjoy it. And so people want to cosplay. They might buy their costumes on eBay and come out and have a good time. Some people are very crafty. They're going to build that from scratch, or some people are going to do a mismatch of the two, As long as they're out there and they're having fun and they're bringing attention to comic books, they're bringing attention to the cons. I can't tell you how many cons I've been to and seen, the local news set up and interviewing the cosplayers that are walking by or what have you. You know what I mean? So it's all sort of like symbiotic. One needs the other to sort of keep on rolling on, I think it's fantastic, especially when they, cosplay your own stuff, the indie stuff, and that kind of gets attention. I mean, look at White Widow, you see those gorgeous White Widow cosplayers for Jamie Tyndall or the Lady Death and stuff like that, man. It's all good.
We'll go to Tashio next for your answer on Jay's question.
So what was the question? It was about like buying it versus building it.
Buying and building, and
Well, it's that also, but also in terms of a lot of cosplayers, in terms they might do like a sexier version or more not safe for work version, and a lot of people will give them grief saying, "Well, that's not cosplaying." When people say that to me, that cosplay I show is the one I bring up because, like I said, she built it.
Yeah.
How is that not the same? Just because she saw it maybe a little more skin. So what are your opinions on that?
So cosplay, I see it as an art. It's a way of someone expressing their artistic ways of how they see a character. It doesn't have to be specific of like what people see like in the movies, social media. It could be just the way they see it as, see themselves as a character. So they're creating something. So it's their masterpiece of something that they feel that they could commit to and create as their own. There is no like right way or wrong way of a character. There's so many versions of them, like in like different storylines, different comics, even TV shows versus the movies. So there's a variety of ways you could do it. And I always tell someone, create the character the way you see the person. Create the person how you visualize yourself being that person. There's no right, skin color, sizes, gender. It's all about you. You're the artist. You're creating this person, and just go with it. So
you seem to be in agreement, Tim.
For the most part, I mean, everyone has their own agenda. At the end of the day, cosplay. That's what it is. Whether you build it, whether you buy it, whether you make it sexy, whether you make it, as it is on TV. It's its own thing. It's just how you choose to use it. At the end of the day, that's it.
And now I want to get Eddie's word on this, because I know he's taken all sorts of thousands upon thousands of photos, and I know he sees it from an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I mean, cosplay should be for like fun and to like express yourself. It pisses me off that some photographers won't shoot a cosplayer because they're playing Wonder Woman, but it's an African American girl playing Wonder Woman, and you have to be white to be Wonder Woman. I mean, come on, or there's a overweight person playing Spider-Man, and they won't shoot him because it's not a skinny Spider-Man. I'm like, no, it's cosplay. It should be fun. It's a small community. There's a lot of them, but like on Long Island, like everybody knows everybody in cosplay.
Everybody knows everybody.
So it's got to chill with that. I love photographing anybody. And I'll photograph anybody that asks me.
I'm gonna piggyback on that real quick. I'm glad Eddie said that. Like just recently, I want to say it was like 2 weeks ago. There's a Wonder Woman cover for a variant cover that's by Rooster Teeth or whatever, and it's a plus size Wonder Woman. And apparently, the internet broke because they're like, oh, it's such an ugly cover, and Wonder Woman shouldn't be plus size. And she had curly hair, so she looked like she was ethnic, and the internet exploded. And me and my girlfriend are sitting here talking about, that's ridiculous. First of all, it's a variant cover. Nobody's forcing you to buy it. So if you don't think it looks good, just look the other way. And secondly, why can't Wonder Woman be a plus size woman, or why can't Wonder Woman be a brown woman or a Hispanic woman or all these things? I think representation is amazing in or is key in comic books. That's the word I want to use. Because, as a Latino boy, I was never introduced to comics. My family's Cuban. Comic books were not a thing I heard about until I was 21 years old. But then as soon as I picked up comic books, I'm like, oh, Jaime Reyes, he's, Latino, and he's a superhero, and he's a teenager, he's my age, and boom, that's it. I'm a DC guy now because of that. And granted, it could have very well been Miles Morales, and I could have been a Marvel guy. My favorite character is the Flash now, so I'm kind of glad it happened the way it did. But representation's so big in comics, and like I mentioned with the kids earlier, kids see, my girlfriend is not, and she's not in the house. My girlfriend is not a size 0, and like, I love my girlfriend, and this isn't like a secret. She doesn't know, or she's not offended by it, but my girlfriend's not a size 0. And when little girls still love seeing her in her Harley Quinn cosplay and they want to take pictures, I know it feels, first of all, it feels great for my girlfriend because it makes her feel better about herself because she's self-conscious. But it's awesome for another little kid that may not be a size 0 or whatever to see somebody playing their same superhero. So I think representation is huge and something that we can't forget about when we're doing stuff like this.
I like that. I like that a lot. And I think Eddie said it. Cosplay's fun. Yeah. If you want to be this character, be that character. If I know we didn't talk about it, but if you're a guy and you want to cosplay Sailor Moon, do it. If you're a young lady and you want to cosplay, All Might, do it.
Oh,
I mean, it's called crossplay.
But if you're having fun, that's the way I look at life. Have fun. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt other people. As long as you're so Tim, some of those tails, be careful with the tail. Just don't knock anybody over. So that's that's the other thing, or a sign or something. Now because we kind of talked about it, and Danny talked about it a little bit because we haven't had cons. And we've been brushing around it a little bit. Obviously, 2020, it's a wrap. Cons aren't happening. There might be some little stuff, but cons aren't happening. Eddie's found a way to do photo shoots because he has, the 5 million foot lens. So yeah, but when do we think they're coming back, and how are they coming back? I personally think, and I'm going to throw this out there first, just to give everybody a chance to think. I think we are connected. Our shows are connected to sports because they're large scale events. So if sports continue to do well, even though some of them aren't, then because they're not even no government is thinking about Comic-Con. They're not.
Nope.
But they're thinking about sports because they make money off that.
Yep.
So once the attendance, the thing that's killing us are the attendance limits and the travel bans. Once those get relaxed, I think we'll see cons start to come back. And I think just in this room, the energy of everybody fiending for a Comic-Con, guys, like we're all jonesing for it. I think they're gonna come back. I think they're gonna come back, and it's gonna be just like a tidal wave. But whoever wants to go first on that.
Ooh, can I go first?
No.
Gosh, Pete, I'm not Steven.
Wow. All right, go.
Right. So since we're here in Orlando, first of all, Pete, I'm gonna counter Pete kind of, because he's like how he said the governments aren't thinking about cons. I want to kind of counter that. Yes, the state governments probably aren't thinking about cons, but being an Orlando resident and an Orange County resident, Orange County taxpayer, I can tell you that Orange County is definitely thinking about what they can do with MegaCon because it's held in the Orange County Convention Center, and it's such a tourist boom. So like even with limitations, originally they were planning on trying to have a 25% capacity con in October, but they ended up deciding to do better, decided to cancel that just because of the uncertainty now. But I do think we may see some cons as early as the beginning, like March of 2021, and it'll be very different than what we remember 2 years ago. But I think people are, especially some of the local governments, are going to be wanting to see if they can safely get that off the ground because it does have tourist numbers. Like I can imagine New York Comic Con does amazing for the surrounding area as well. So it's like I do think they're thinking about it a little bit.
Who wants next?
I mean, I agree in terms of I think March is at the earliest where the big shows will start. It's just we're just not there yet universally in terms of states and stuff letting these conventions open up and all that, and they keep talking about there's going to be the next wave when school starts and all this other stuff. I don't think we're going to see anything between now and March unless you live in Florida. And they just like doing shows no matter what. I was talking to Pete about that. I saw a post there was a Comic-Con. I was like, not for nothing. I wish I was there. But
yeah.
I think March is the state spot for it in terms of like the earliest it would be. The issue that's going to happen though, because I'm already running into this issue as an artist on the artist side. All these shows that I was booked for this year are now trying to reschedule for next year,
right? And
they're already double booking.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm already having to pick and choose which shows I'm going to do because, for instance, GalaxyCon and North Carolina and Terrificon in Connecticut just chose the same weekend. And also AwesomeCon just chose a weekend that was the same weekend as another show. So we're going to start running into that where a lot of these shows are going to be booked on the same weekend. And one, they're going to eat each other's fans because not everybody's going to be able to go to every show and people are going to pick and choose which shows they want to go to. And, it's just going to, people think that once 2020 ends and 2021 starts, we're back to the normal. There is going to be no more normal after this. Like these shows are going to have some type of social distance guidelines going forward. They're going to have some type of sanitation guidelines going forward. I've already seen shows where if you're going as an artist or as a fan, you have to sign a waiver that if you get sick, you can't sue the show.
Yeah,
that's going to be the new normal. And I get it. Their business at the end of the day, these companies, they're businesses. Repop is a business, Supercon is a business, so on and so forth. But there is going to be no more old normal going forward. There's going to be a new normal going forward, and it's going to affect everything. And 2021 is not going to suck as much as 2020, but it's still going to suck. It's just what it is. We won't see normal shows that early as 2022.
Yeah.
Tasha, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback with Jay. I agree. I don't think anything's gonna be normal in 2021. I mean, like shows are gonna start opening in March, but I feel like they're gonna limit how many people can get in. how many tables are going to be there, be allowed, special guests and that sort of stuff. I don't think we're going to see anything normal, maybe, if anything, in 2022. I'm hoping
real quick.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm just hoping that I can still have my wedding, because my wedding's next year.
See this guy right here, he knows all about that. But I would say another thing that's I'm seeing shows are actually asking our opinions on. A lot of these 3-day shows are thinking about going into 4-day shows.
Oh.
So that they could limit the amount of people each day.
Okay.
To come in. And that affects everything else around it, because now it's travel, hotel, accommodations. What days are you gonna do? Is it gonna be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Is it gonna be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday? School, because school is a big thing. Because a lot of these shows, they make their money off the kids. The kids go there with their parents. Like, it's gonna be very, very different next year.
Tim?
I think everyone's gonna wait for San Diego to make some type of announcement and see what they're gonna do. Okay. So if San Diego's July or June or something
like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll probably make an announcement. Maybe 3 months before. So March, and then they'll see what they're doing and then try and either replicate or something before that to get the money, or put it after to see if it's a hit or miss.
Yeah.
All right.
See, I don't think it's gonna be San Diego. I think it's gonna be the mid-level shows that are gonna determine it, like the Galaxy Cons and the Salt Lake City Cons and Super Cons, because those are like in the sweet spot in terms of size and amount of days. And a lot of these shows are not going to be able to wait for San Diego or New York Comic Con to make these decisions.
Right.
They got to make these decisions now. So like Awesome Con is usually April. C2E2 is usually February. Emerald City, February. Like these are huge shows that have to start making decisions now. So I think those are the shows that are going to determine, especially Emerald City and C2E2, since they're run by Repop.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel like, as big as San Diego is, I don't think they're the industry leader when it comes to decision making. I think Repop is, because Repop does more shows that are bigger shows around the whole country and around the world. San Diego is just San Diego. So I think those are going to be the shows that they're going to look at to see, like, well, what is Emerald City doing? What is C2E2 doing? What is SuperCon doing? Before they start saying what they're going to do.
Eddie looks incredibly pensive right now.
I mean, it seems like I saw the news today, and it looks like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that they're releasing a vaccine right now in the fall. So who knows? But I don't think it's going to be back to normal, or we're going to open up anytime soon anyway.
Larry.
Every state is different and every country is different, and every show is going to be different too, whether they're going to open or not open. But I don't think anything is going to really change too heavy in my neck of the woods anyway, in Canada here.
Yeah, Larry's up in the Great White North.
Until there is a vaccine. I think that's what people are sort of waiting on,
All right. So generally we think that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but there's going to be a lot of it's still a little bit away.
Yeah. What I'm interested
3 years.
What I'm interested to see, and it's hopefully not going to affect these guys as the cosplayers and the artists, but I'm interested to see what the heck happens with celebrity photo ops, because I think the days of being that close to each other and putting your arm around somebody that's a complete stranger are kind of gone. So I'm really intrigued at what happens to the whole lucrative business of celebrity photo ops.
You're gonna put them in a bubble.
You have to roll into the bubble or
I've seen the clear glass in the middle where they just stand on each side of the glass.
Yeah.
You used to have to pay 50. You have to pay 25 cents a minute for that in Times Square.
Yeah.
The $40 for a selfie isn't happening anymore. That's dead as of right now.
Yeah.
Because I saw that, I heard about that at New York Comic Con, and I'm like, you paid what for a what?
Yeah.
Sucker. sucker. I'm sorry. I'm not paying for a selfie. If a photographer like Eddie is sitting there taking high quality shots of me and what's his face, and it's gonna cost $50 and I can get a couple copies. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yo, I gotta pay you $50 to take a picture with my phone? Nah, fam. Nah.
I gotta put my double chin in there. Like, come on, get out of here. I need somebody like Eddie to edit out my double chin. Make sure that pimple that's on my forehead is gone. Like, come on,
dude. You can self-edit that, bro. You can.
You know what they're gonna do is they're gonna shoot the celebrity, and then they're gonna shoot the cosplayer separate, and then they're gonna Photoshop them together.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of work for you, Angel. It's gonna be a lot of work.
Like this, and then I put you in with the celebrity. Yeah.
Hey, at least that'll give the rest of us some work, right?
Exactly.
Actually, what they'll probably do is they'll have a cardboard cutout. They'll be like, "Come and take your picture with the cardboard cutout of Chris Evans."
God.
And that'll be it. So you can put your arm around them. You can.
Yeah, but you gotta. But no, see, you can't even do that because you're gonna have to sterilize it every time. The paper's gonna.
You're right. There is no normal, guys. There is no normal.
They gotta spray you down with Lysol before you touch them.
Well, the good news is they can bring out Gyllenhaal and put him in a bubble, and that will be an amazing photo op.
Oh yeah,
Mysterio is the only safe.
No, he was Bubble Boy. He was Bubble Boy.
Bubble Boy. So I was thinking the Mysterio helmet. Sorry.
But yeah. No, you can put him in a full bubble and have his hair all spiky, and I would pay the normal $50 rate to take that picture. That's the only one I would do.
Sebastian actually comes up with the thing, and our boy Sebastian. I think once we figure the virtual cons out, it'll be a nice component for business for everybody. Absolutely, I think that's actually going to be something that's going to happen.
So
I said that the last Crom Con that virtual cons are going to be a thing now. That's going to be normal. And I think a lot of these bigger shows are now going to start having virtual cons during the year, and not just have New York Comic Con. It's October or whatever, and that's it. They'll have their virtual con during the year. San Diego, all these cons are going to start doing these virtual shows because it's just a way to kind of connect. I mean, everybody's suffering right now with, there's no cons. We suffer. The city suffers. The con suffers. The fan suffers. Everybody's suffering. Everybody's hurting. So they're trying to find some type of way to have some type of interaction to have something.
So let me ask you artist guys up there in the top row, since we're talking about virtual cons. So it started with Pete kind of pitching like a little bit of an idea, and we kind of fine-tuned it over lunch one day. But we were thinking there's possibilities for virtual like con-like commissions, where Pete, you guys can be in your homes or in your studios drawing on Facebook Live now or StreamYard or YouTube. And a customer in store can be like, "Oh, I want a commission of Spider-Man." And boom, you guys start sketching Spider-Man in the comfort of your own studio. The customer can be either at home or in the store, 6 feet apart, social distance. They watch you draw their commission live in person. The only difference is now they need to wait, 4 or 5 days for it to ship out. Yeah. But you guys think there's a future there for artists? Because, obviously you guys are losing out with commissions as well.
I think there has to be for all of us.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I've already seen artists doing that where they'll just go at home, set up a camera, and be like, "I'm drawing all day." I mean, Pete does it.
Yeah,
and they'll be like, "I'm drawing. If you want to do a commission, you hit me up. Whatever, hey, I'll start it right now." I mean, that's artists just basically trying to eat. I mean, at the end of the day,
that's it. My dog's hungry.
I pay rent like that. But I think that's also a very cool experience for the fan and commissioner to see that. Okay. So that's a cool way for them to interact. But I think that's going to be something that a lot of artists are going to be doing going forward. I also think it's a great idea.
Now, I'm going to really oh, sorry, Angel, go ahead.
Regardless of what's going on with the pandemic, I think everything was going to lead up to that eventually anyway, with the technological age being what it is. It just, just with this pandemic, things have just kind of fast forward quickly out of necessity. You know what I mean? Artists got to eat, and, we just had to jump into this virtual kind of reality of things right away.
Now, I got a question. I'm gonna take Danny's question and twist it a little bit. What do you guys think as cosplayers that means for you guys. What do you think the avenue is for you guys to get yourselves out there in this new virtual landscape right now?
I think it's the contest, right? They're starting to do the contest now.
And I've seen some, okay, but I've seen some that were uber successful.
Yeah.
So it's at that point, do you guys have to like use the batting average? You know, you got to keep swinging in order to get a hit, or can you pick and choose at this point since we're really in the beginning of all this?
I wouldn't even know. I haven't entered a contest. My friends have. They've been successful.
Yeah, I've seen some good ones. So Tropicon's virtual is very good. Inbians is very good.
Yes.
Yeah, I was a guest for it. The judges for Inbian Con's cosplay contest. I was surprised I didn't see you, Tim, because I saw someone.
Well, so Levi, me and Levi are like kind of partners.
Oh, okay.
So like I teach him things, and then he just runs with it. I was the judge at Tropicon.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool. And then I'm really just I haven't built anything because of the business. So now that the material's here, kind of more or less, hopefully I'll start the next build soon, because I have to show the product. I have to show them like, hey, with my phone you can build whatever, anything.
Yeah, there you go. Eddie, what do you think?
Well, for photographers, this virtual thing sucks. I gotta be honest. I mean, we can't go to a con and photograph, cosplayers.
Yeah.
The good thing is about the virtual thing, though. I mean, we can get the word out there for people to contact photographers for private shoots. Which that's what I've been doing. But it's more fun to have a table at a con and then have people come up and say, hey, let me pay you for the shoot, and we'll do it right here.
That's why I wanted to get cosplayers and photographers involved with this, so people can see, hey, these are artists too, and these are people that you would see at con. They're an integral part of these shows, and they need to eat too. So, really quick, I do want to, because over at the Indie Comics Cast YouTube, and if you haven't subscribed, you really have to. Neostar Productions, thank you very much for hanging out with us right now. Neostar obviously mentions that always happy to commission other artists and stuff like that, and you can miss all the shots you don't take talking about my baseball reference. I appreciate that somebody got my baseball reference. And again, Sebastian came in that Goash is testing a cosplay TikTok this weekend for the competition. And that actually gives me a great segue into this. Have you guys been more active on social media now? Or have you changed how you use social media?
I've been the same.
For everybody, or are you asking?
I'm gonna start with Eddie, Tashi, and Tim, and then I'll break it out to everybody.
I've been mostly the same. I mean, I do my photo shoots and I post. I haven't really gone more. It's just the usual for me.
I think I'm about the same. I mean, like, I'm not going to cons, but I'll do my own like portraits in my own room. But Eddie wants to do a photo shoot. I know Eddie.
Taking money out of your pocket like that, bro.
But yeah, I think it's pretty much the same. I think the only thing that increased for me was using TikTok. TikTok actually is kind of fun to do short little videos.
I call it social media crack.
It's just something to do.
No, it's fun. It's fun.
It's fun. Something, it brings humor. I think I always watch at least for 5 minutes once in a while, just to make a laugh, and then I'm off it. But I think that's about it. I feel like I'm doing the same thing.
Tim?
I've been cooking a lot. No,
okay.
But social media wise, I haven't built. So now the foam's here. The goal is to try and build something once a week.
Okay.
So every week or every 2 weeks, it'll be small things. And then hopefully at the same time, I can manage to do the new build and finish Mega Man for Eddie, of course. I
can't do it like this, bro.
Hey, that's it.
Take the lens cap off first.
I can't do it from here, bro.
That's it. But yeah, I want. I have to do a contest. So now I got some fire under my ass, and I promised to make a Frieza costume for a contest.
Ooh,
nice.
So yeah, that'll be the next build. So Eddie, you'll have 2. Feel ready to go. It'll be
He's cashing those checks now. Watch out.
That's it. That's it.
I'm gonna make it rain.
Yeah, you know, Frieza the third form, and then Mega Man, Hyper Mega Man.
Right. Okay, so you got stuff in the pipeline, and you're gonna get okay. Cool, that's cool.
I got the material now. Now I got the material. It's just getting the kids out of the house and then working and showing.
Fair, or giving them that Sudafed. And putting them to bed. Okay, yeah, fair. Larry, I know we've had this social media discussion. Have you seen more action on it or less?
More.
Okay.
More. I mean, you know, I haven't been to a con now. It seems like 2 years. You know what I mean? Like I don't, you know, I think people will be paranoid when they come back, even if like the green light is given. You know, even if we cure COVID, now it's always going to be the thing of what is going to be the next thing. You know, and everyone's going to have that sort of paranoia being too close to someone. You know, I think masks might be part of life for the considerable future. Like I'm happy, you know, if someone invites me to a con, yeah, I'm going to go, you know what I mean? But we have like very few cons in my neck of the region. It might be 4 or 5, and they're usually pretty small. You know, anything major, I have to travel halfway across the country for, you know. But so I just do my thing online. I got my store. I got my YouTube channel. I go on Facebook. You know, I jump around. And, you know, every Kickstarter seems to be bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's really where we make our money. Shows are great, but I don't make a lot of money at shows. I mean, it barely kind of covers the cost for a table and the travel if you're lucky, you know. So as a small time creator, right? So yeah, so it's kind of been better for me, but I would like to see shows back because they're great fun. It's a great vacation. It's great to go hang out with some people and take some photo shoots and you know, talk shop with your peers. We'll see what happens, man. But I am going to bounce, though, Pete.
Larry, thank you.
I got Buddy here, and I think he's getting kind of bored watching all the comic talk, you know. But you know, how to come in. I would love to see a Tashi Nyobi. I think that would absolutely rock. So she should add me up on the Book of Face, you know, Facebook.
Yeah, you guys definitely get in contact.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you can get
Instagram.
Then you can get Eddie to take the pictures.
That's right. That's right.
Go to Canada, bro.
Isn't it? You're up in Canada? Whereabouts?
No, I would go up to Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Long Island, bro.
Yeah, no. I mean, you know, once things do normalize, if that ever happens, I would love to, you know, go to a couple conventions down south. You know, there's like bucket list things that I still want to do. You know, maybe someday, you know, if we get big and famous, God, that's a pipe dream. You know, we can make the rounds. You know, we'll see what happens, man.
I've watched Letterkenny. That's what I know about Canada. So
well, in the Trailer Park Boys, that's a good one too. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I watched that a little bit.
Yeah. Watch out for Nyobi. We're gonna be the best thing coming out of Canada.
Yeah,
good luck, man.
We'll try to get it in store, Larry. We'll talk a little. We'll get that in store too.
Yeah, brother, for sure, man. Yeah, sounds great. All right, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, good luck.
All right,
Larry. Thank you. Angel, more or less on social media.
What exactly is the question again? I got some
more or less social media. Have you been on it more or less?
More. If anything, I'm always trying to think of new things to add to it. You know, that's where my versus series started coming up, because trying to think of new ways to engage. You know, not just engage the people that are already following me, but trying to get more work, because obviously we all still gotta eat. So, it's a huge tool for anyone in any kind of creative field. You know, to give back, get back, and spread around. You know what I mean?
I know Jay's been a madman on social media.
Oh yeah.
Jay and I put our feet on the gas pedal and didn't look. I don't think I've hit the brakes yet.
I mean, me and you have talked about this in terms of social media, how important it is, and you know, I've always been crazy active on it, but I always stuck to like Instagram or whatever. I didn't really go to the other ones. This has forced me more where my Instagram is the same, because my Instagram I was always pushing. But now I'm pushing my Facebook, I'm pushing my Twitter. I started live streaming on Twitch and YouTube, you know, live streaming me painting and stuff like that. That's more where I'm doing more stuff in terms of social media. But it's more just me, what I do on Instagram, now I'm just doing everywhere else, basically. But I mean, you have to keep pushing. You have to keep being out there and putting your stuff out there and find new ways to connect. And I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, that's just social media now is such a big part of everything, even just business wise. I mean, that's why all these companies have a social media team, and all these companies have social media pages and stuff like that. That I mean, that you have to connect with people every way you can now.
I'd say I look at it the same way. For me, it was because I'm definitely the super underground guy. I had to put my foot down on the pedal, because if it wasn't, nobody would know I was there. And then for me also, my day job closed. That shut down. So it's like, okay, cool. All I got to do is sit on Instagram now. So, you know.
I mean, but even me, I mean, I've told you this before. 2020. I stopped working towards the end of 2018. I always had a day job, and then this. 2019, I said, this is my job. Like, I pay my rent with art, shows, anything, commissions, whatever. This is how I pay my rent. And 2019, I really, really pushed myself, and I actually made more during 2019 than what I was making during my day job. So I was like, great, I can do it. And then 2020 happened, and it showed me just how easily that's all taken away. Because now I'm like, well, now what do I do? Like this, I was set to make this my biggest year ever. Like I said, I had over 30
cops are
shows.
coming for someone.
No, I was gonna say they're coming for you, Pete. We all know that if they're coming for oh my god, that cat looks just like our cat. Oh my god, he or she is the cutest cat. He looks just like Thorin.
Danny's seeing the colors. Victor Martinez wants to know what's going on in here. What is going on in here, everybody?
We're all having fun.
All right, cool. That's all I want to know. I want to make sure as long as everybody's having fun. Now, I know it's 11:20. We definitely went longer than we needed to, but we're gonna. If anybody wants to stay and hang out, if you got to go, I totally understand. If you want to stay and chill out a little bit, we're kind of gonna shoot the bull a little bit more and kind of break it out. Like, all right, in reality, we know things are going to be weird. We know things aren't going to happen as quickly as we want them to. In a perfect world, though, the way things were building before the pandemic and everything, are you guys where you wanted to be at with your cosplays and with photography and everything? Have you felt like you've elevated your game a little bit, or or sky's the limit? Whoever wants to answer, go for it.
Sky's the limit.
Are you asking everybody?
I'm gonna ask the guests first.
I'm trying to make sure.
Sky's the limit. I mean, I wish there was more cons to be exposed to more, so I could share like all my different cosplays. Yeah, I would say sky's the limit. I don't see any change. Maybe there's more followers, but not that much change.
The next time sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just saying there's not that many events to participate in. I've just kind of stuck.
The next time I have you on, you can be in cosplay if you want, and then
I thought they were going to be in cosplay. I was kind of.
I didn't want to force that on anybody. I would have felt weird, Yeah. I would have felt bad. Actually, the last Crom Con or 2 Crom Cons ago, I interviewed Chocobo Butt, and she asked me too. It's like, can I be in cosplay? I'm like, you can be in whatever you want. She ended up wearing a wig, I think, but she didn't want to be in. I'm like, you can be or not be in cosplay. I don't care. I just be casual, be comfortable. You're in your house. I'm not going to tell you.
As a photographer, that's not fair.
Huh?
I'm dressed up as a photographer. That's not fair.
Where's your backpack with the lights on it and stuff?
No, but seriously, I mean, I'm actually happy that I still have my job. I mean, I have my day job, but right before this whole thing started, I was actually thinking of doing the same thing, quitting my job and being a full-time photographer. Like at the end of last year, I was like, should I do it? Should I do it? Thankfully, I didn't do it, so I still have my job. Because I mean, this gives me like extra income, a little bit of extra income. I mean, it's not going to pay the bills if I quit now my other job. So luckily, I still have my other job.
That's. I thought the same, and it's weird, but whatever. You know, you gotta. At this point, I think, and I'm gonna speak for myself. But if anybody wants to agree or disagree, I think weird is the norm now, and you gotta be like, okay, this is gonna be weird. Let's dive into this.
So let me tell you guys, just because we're talking, and granted, I really feel for you guys, you artists and people like that, without having cons right now, because I know how well and how much of your guys' profit comes from doing cons and selling your art and things like that. But funny story, I had a, if you could see me here, I'm doing air quotes, a quote unquote great job working for a state company in a cubicle, you know, health insurance, 401k, this, that, or the other. And I was unhappy with it for like 2 years. So I was given an opportunity at a comic book shop. My last day at the college that I worked at was December, middle of December. I start working at a comic shop for 2 months, and I absolutely love it. The pandemic happens, and I'm let go. I'm out of the job in the middle of a pandemic in March. And luckily enough, I landed on my feet and was able to get at another comic shop, a little bit less pay, but you know, when the pandemic's happening, you take what you can get. But as Pete can tell you, it's been an absolute amazing fit, because even though I get paid a little bit less, I'm absolutely way happier than I was in a cubicle. And I've been able to do amazing things with these creators and stuff like that. But it's just a funny story of like, I left what everybody would consider an amazing job to go do something fun. And then all of a sudden a pandemic hits and I'm unemployed for a month in the middle of like what is the worst potential recession of my adult life. So it was very crazy, and I could definitely understand what everyone's kind of going through, because it's been a whirlwind, you know, for the last 6 to 8 months. It's definitely been a whirlwind.
Weird is the word I use because it's the easiest way to describe everything that's going on right now. What was this? Here we go. Danny is my energy, Comics Cast. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Danny is all of our energy right now. Yes. Although I'm disappointed actually that we've been here this long and a cat hasn't jumped on that wheel.
I know, right? Like that's all I'm waiting for.
An hour ago, he was walking in it. You guys didn't see the wheel move?
No, we just need her. We need Tasha's screen full the whole time so we can just see the cat playing.
The cat on the wheel running around. And stuff like
well, she's got a video of it. What is it, on your Instagram or something?
Yeah, I do. It's actually on my TikTok too, of him actually running in it. I was like, oh, go kids will go.
I was like, that is pretty cool. The cat is actually walking on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is cool. Cats are awesome. I mean, I'm a dog person, but my girlfriend's a cat person, and she brought a cat into my life. And he stole my heart, so you know I can't be mad.
Cat comes into my house, it's gonna steal my throat because it just closes. I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, well, that's not good.
So my wife has bunnies. They don't bother me.
Oh,
okay.
But the bunny can't get loose, so it's okay.
Exactly.
It can't get loose, so it's okay. Now, it's been a fun ride, guys. I really appreciate you guys being here. I've kept you here for almost 2 hours.
I didn't even know it was 2 hours.
Yeah, it's been 2 hours. I worry about that because I don't want to feel like I'm keeping you prisoner in your own homes.
That's what it's all about.
Dude, we are prisoners in our own homes.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want you to make it. I don't want to make it worse. I can't talk to you now. I have to be in front of the computer. I don't want to do that to you. I feel bad.
This is the most fun I've actually had in my house. So
yeah,
fair enough. Everybody, I want to talk to everybody right now. Bunnies are pretty. Neostar Productions, again, another banger. Bunnies are pretty awesome.
They are.
We're gonna do this though. We're gonna go around the room, and we're gonna start with Tashi, so you can tell everybody. Because again, we got people on Comics Cast on YouTube watching this. Thank you guys. We have people we've shared it all throughout Facebook and stuff like that watching us. So if you want to just tell them where they can find you on the interwebs.
So pretty much for me, you can find me on Facebook or Instagram, or even, I guess, what do you call it, TikTok, as Tashi.0 Geek Girl. I think Facebook's Tashi.0 Geek Girl Cosplay. I actually don't know what my TikTok is because it's still new to me. I don't really use it, but you can find me if you search for me, you'll find me. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Follow me. I do a lot of cosplays. It's a lot of fun. I'm inspiration. I'm a social worker. If you need any guidance or questions about coping skills, especially during this time, I'm all ears.
I'm gonna start cosplaying again. I think
Do
my
it.
sister's been trying to get me to do it. I used to, and this is where I kind of lean towards. I was so excited to have Tim in the room. I built Dr. Doom.
Ooh.
I have the mask and the gauntlets and stuff. I bought the cape off Etsy, but it was perfect. But I had the gauntlet, and then I decided I was like, I don't want to be hot, so I did casual business Dr. Doom. I put on a suit, like a black shirt, a tie, a green tie, and a thing, and then the cape with the gauntlets and the mask. And like you said before, people stopping. The first person that stopped me, that was it. I was walking on clouds the rest of the day, and I got stopped. Yeah, I got stopped all the time, and it was great. So I'll show you that. I'll send you a picture of the mask.
Send it. In the front.
No, I will. It's in here somewhere, but I don't want to dig around.
You need to cosplay Bro Thor, Big Lebowski Thor from Endgame.
No, I don't want to do that because everybody's been doing it. I've seen it a million times out on Long Island.
But you have the beard. You have the beard.
Yeah, he does. Oh my goodness.
I'm not doing that. I have no desire to cosplay anything that I was gonna. If I do it again, I'll bring back. There's two things I was gonna do. I was gonna either bring back Doom, and I want to go back to Katsucon. Because I went to Katsucon as my first show as a fan in like 7 years, and I absolutely fell in love. Yes, it was an insane amount of people, but you were able to go outside. If you've been to Katsucon before and you know the Gaylord Hotel, you can just go outside onto the water, and then you can breathe. Yeah. You can breathe and stuff like that. But I absolutely adored Katsucon. I was gonna do a full-on armor, like warrior Viking, and then I was like, ooh, no, I'm gonna do like a Pokemon hunter, and I'm just gonna have armor and then Pokemon pelts all over. That's what I want to do, but we'll see what happens. But yeah,
I got you on that. I'll be right back. I got you.
Okay. Well then we'll we're gonna let him do that. Eddie, where can everybody find you?
Twitter. Pretty much just look up Eddie G Photos. I have 2 pages on Instagram. I got .cosplay and .fashion. I don't just do cosplay. I'm on Twitter, Facebook, same thing, Eddie G Photos. That's pretty much it. I can't download TikTok. I can't get myself to download TikTok. That's like a millennial thing. I cannot do it. It's just like, no.
My daughter's on TikTok doing a little bit, and I'm like, you look like something else that I can't say right now.
Yeah, I know. My nephews are like, oh, look, TikTok. I'm like, dude, I can't get myself to download it.
I enjoy TikTok, although it scares me sometimes. Because I mean, whoa, how old are you? What are you doing? I can't. Is this going to get me in trouble just because I scroll past something scandalous that I shouldn't have seen? Like, no. But luckily, their algorithm works better than anything else because I click a lot of dog and cat videos. And my three favorite things on TikTok are dogs, cats, and people getting hurt.
I love people getting hurt.
It's fantastic. Somebody falling on something. Or anything with the guy getting kicked in the nuts. I love it.
Hey.
Oh,
I'm ready.
That's awesome.
You let me know.
I actually, because I went and dug it out.
There you go.
It's in the EVA foam and then couch cushions to protect my face. I can't see zero peripheral vision in this.
Sounds about right.
Zero, but it was comfortable as hell, and it was fun. I'll find the picture somewhere. I have it in my computer somewhere. There was a guy in a dope Thor costume, old school armored Thor, and we did a photo. Not a photo, but when you have like 50 people around you in the middle of the con floor. Those kind of things, and people are taking pictures. And my sister, actually, Rizuki, was with me. She was counting down. She was like running the photo shoot at that point. It's not a photo shoot. No, just take pictures. Okay. So finally he goes, I got to go. I'm like, I got to go too. I got to go meet somebody else. I turned out one more picture. Everybody's like, one more picture. I was like, okay, cool. I leaned in. I was like, give me the hammer. And his eyes lit up. He's like, ooh. And it's one of my favorite pictures. There's one with a guy who looked just like David Tennant's Doctor Who. And I took a picture of him, and we both had sonic screwdrivers. So, and that's kind of where I wanted to talk about. Goddamn, cosplay is fun. It really is, though. Because I know, and then I'm even throwing Eddie into this because you know how much fun it is just by taking the pictures. And I can't even imagine. I see the pictures of you, like the after shots of you guys like drinking beers and eating and having a barbecue after your shoots and stuff. Like,
all my shoots are fun. Everybody in my shoots is fun.
I just want to show up for the beer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we should have beer and tacos.
Nobody can hold a light stand better than Jay. Just so you know.
I'm the best light man in the biz.
That's an important job.
Whatever he lacks in height, he makes up in steady light holding. So
oh, good. Yeah. I can extend it too.
Tim, where can everybody find you on social media?
It's pretty simple. Everything's the same, luckily. So Twitter, I'm not really on, but Facebook. Facebook's connected to Instagram, so it's Tim Tanko. You know, just like that. TimTanco. And then for like cosplay stuff, the company that I started is a Masked Dad Workshop. So MASKED and then Dad Workshop. But the website is maskeddad.com. And then you know, that's pretty much it. Soon there'll be videos of me working and more builds.
That's what we want to see. More builds. Now, Danny.
Yes, sir.
Where can we find the collective?
All right. So just like how Tim said, everything on that end is kind of easy. We're on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram with, facebook.com/collectiveccg or twitter.com/collectiveccg. We like to think CCG as, some people say collectible card game, but we go comics and card games. That's kind of our thing. We do D&D as well. But yeah, we're on Facebook. As Pete knows, we have our $1 Hump Day happy hour auctions on Wednesday. So everything that goes up there starts at $1. We put up amazing books and statues.
I'm going to stop him right there, and I'm going to give a plug for the. I'm going to give him a plug for the show. Whatchamacallit? I stumbled in to the auction for it, and it's true. Everything's good stuff too. Starts off at $1. I'll even my first auction. This is my second. I won this Frieza statue, and I definitely paid less than what I should have paid for it. But here's the awesome thing about their auction. The guys at the shop are great. You have a great time. Everybody in the auction is fun. You don't feel like you're spending money. You feel like you're just hanging out, having a good time. And next thing you know, you're buying stuff. But then even when you get the PayPal bill, it still doesn't feel like you spent money. It's pretty dope. These guys have they have a really cool energy, and they put out some good stuff and some deep books. Deep books.
We appreciate Pete. And what's cool, I'm glad Pete showed that Dragon Ball Z statue, because what's cool is we like to think that we have a good amount of integrity for being an auction show. So when we put out new product like that DBZ statue, if it hits retail price, we don't let people keep bidding up on it. We're not like, oh, this is a $35 statue. Well, you're paying $40. No, it hits $35, and we stop the bid and we say, congratulations, you've hit the limit. We'll toss you a freebie in your box, so that way you still got something cool. So, we definitely try to do that. And sometimes if we have more than one statue, if there was a bidding war, then both people can go home with it for, the price that they were bidding at. So it's a real fun show. But what I really want to plug, because it's my personal show, on Tuesdays, 5:30 Eastern Time, we do the Collective Spotlight. Every week, we do a brand new, independent, usually self-published creator, either both the writer and the artist, or at least one writer or one artist, and we showcase their book. And 9 times out of 10, it is a book that we carry on our shelves. So we love to showcase independent and local artists, and anybody that is super cool with us. We want to introduce them to our customers, because our customers are super cool. So that's us. That's the collective motto.
Now we're talking about shopping. So yeah. I think I wouldn't do a fun. I think Tachi, it was you, and Eddie, you too. You talked about your wallet at cons, and we miss cons. So we'll start with Tachi, and we'll go around the circle. When you go to cons, what's either your favorite, or what do you always look forward to buy on your own at cons? Because I'm just curious what everybody buys.
My favorite place is Artist Alley. I like to look at artist work. Yes, I love your guys' work. I like just buying art and knowing that I'm supporting an artist that has so much talent. So that's my favorite spot to go. And pretty much, I guess anywhere on the sales floor that has like comics, from artists that you never heard of, but the storyline seems interesting. So I'll look into that. I probably would look into toys. I'm a toy collector, so anything Star Wars, Wonder Woman, it's so on and so forth. I'll get, as you can see, it's pretty much my whole room, besides the cat toys.
Oh yeah. Warmed our heart though with the artist Alex. It warmed our hearts.
Yes, it did. My old crusty, cold, dead heart. Eddie, I know there's no camera supplies. There's no B&H at Comic Cons. What do you?
I like collecting the statues actually, and I have a shitload of pops over here, Funko Pops.
Mm-hmm.
I love your guys' like artistic like original stuff. I love that stuff. Yeah, exactly. I have a wall full of those things. You can't see it right now.
I think I have 10.
And I like horror stuff too. So
okay,
yeah.
Tim, what kicks your wallet's butt at a con?
Oh man, it's Artist Alley. Just because I have no space for toys, and then my kids ruin, like they take the toys out of the box. Eventually, I want a wall of Batman drawings.
Cool.
Nice. Man after my own heart, boy.
Yeah, attaboy.
So you know, it's costly. I try to go, near Comic Con. I try to buy like the one Batman drawing. Whether it's commission, if they're busy doing commissions, I'll ask them, see if they have like the book. See what sketches they have there. But ultimately, I think just Artist Alley and just the Batman.
Angel.
Man,
I mean, I know the answer to this, but go ahead.
I have a huge I love figures and statues. That's my absolute love. But I also do collect art from other artists as well. My fiance will tell you it drives her crazy. It would drive her crazy when I'm gone for a con because she knows I'm coming back with something. She's, where you gonna put that? I'm like, I will find a place. I will find a place.
There's always a place.
Yeah.
Always a place.
Always a place.
She gets annoyed, but you know what? She takes a lot of the stuff too. So, I got lucky with that. But what my absolute dream is to own an Alex Ross original, which will never happen. It'll never happen.
That's a mortgage, bro.
Yeah, exactly. But a guy could dream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta get the little sketch that's like $500. That's like a. There you go. That's it. I've been looking too. Don't worry.
No, it's there somewhere.
Yeah.
Jay.
Maybe the face. Maybe it's like a shadow, but
it's a squeaky line. That's it.
I know the answer to this one too, but Jay.
I really know the answer.
It's pretty much the same. Whenever I go to a show, I always make a point during setup, which is one of the perks of being as an artist.
Yep.
And I look to see if there's any artists that I follow that don't normally will con, or I might be in the country for just that show, and I'll make sure I grab something. That's happened a few times where it's an overseas artist and they were only here for that one show or maybe two shows, and I grab something for them. Besides that, it would be statues. Angel and Pete can tell you I have a massive collection. I have basically 2 walls in my living room are nothing but statues. But I've been more disciplined because I will spend a lot of money. So I've been more disciplined now. Now I'm more of a looker and just be depressed that I don't take it home with me. Yeah. Statues in the chat, be like, "Yo, Jay, look at this." I'm like, "Don't show me that stuff." Don't show me that.
But Jay and I have a Gundam. Each have a Gundam addiction.
Especially anime statues. Anime statues on my vice. If I am not careful, I will quickly spend hundreds of dollars on statues.
Happens.
See, Danny.
Yeah.
What do you buy at shows?
So, my girlfriend, very much like Angel, she hates it because I love to buy on the regular, not at shows. I buy pops and statues. But when I get a chance to go to shows, and I already told Angel this in a side conversation we were having, I buy almost any and all flash prints that are done by a legitimate artist. Occasionally at cons like MegaCon, you get those third-party prints, and you're like, oh, who was the artist on this? And they can't really tell you, and you're kind of shady about it. I don't really buy those. I try to support an artist who is directly, it's his art and he's there. So all three of you guys. But I literally have a shirt that when I go to MegaCon, I wear that says, "I'm looking for Flash prints."
Wow.
So that way, any artist has Flash prints can wave me down and be like, "Hey, I got them for you." Last time it actually got me in trouble because I hit my cash limit pretty early on with Flash prints, and I'm still wearing. It's the only shirt I have on, so I'm still wearing it around the con, and everybody's still. I got a Flash print. I'm like, oh man, I'm tapped out. So
I don't want to be that guy, but Jay's got like 2 really good ones you should take a look at too.
Jay has some fire.
Just looking at his art style, that's why I asked if those were his work. Just looking at his art style, and like I hate comparing artists because art is totally subjective and completely different. Even if you just do, as long as it's not a pure color swipe or Photoshop, edit. But I like Jay's style because it reminds me of Derek Chu. He's a protege of Art Germ who has a really cool digital style that I like. And just by looking at it, so just by looking at it from this far, it has that feel to me, and I can imagine a Flash piece from him.
Please stop blowing him up like that. Please stop. Stop it.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna probably want every Flash print he has. I get every Flash print Angel has. It's gonna happen. I'm sorry.
No, it's gonna happen. I understand. See, I'll round that out. I segregate it. At a regular con, the dollar bin for comic books, like the 4 for $1 or the $1 comic books, the old beat up. I can't get away from those. But at an anime con, I'm in the manga room, just destroying things, and making bad choices to the point where
already knows when I go to Anime NYC, I go right on the side because this is the only time I'm ever gonna see any of these artists.
Yep. Yeah. But that's my favorite. That's actually a cool thing. Who have you guys been? I'm assuming yes, but we all see the big differences between a regular mainstream show and an anime show. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Angel Angel hasn't been. So both are awesome. I live for both of them. If you ask me, I could only do one style. I would probably pick anime. And as you guys as cosplayers, I'm gonna tell you, this is where I explain it because I lived this firsthand at Anime Next when it was still in the hotels in New Jersey. I saw a group of kids in front of us. They were all cosplaying one group, but there was one person who was cosplaying something else. When you're doing a group, you always have that one guy who's like, I don't watch that anime. I'm not cosplaying it. So they cosplay their own thing. I legitimately I heard a high-pitched scream, somebody yelling the character that they were cosplaying their name. 3 little girls come running up to her, like teenagers, come running up to her, grab her. We need you. We don't have you in our group. Whisked her away. And my sister looks right at me. She belongs to them now. Because that's what happens. You end up pairing up with your animes and stuff, and then those become your friends for the day. And then maybe you'll have lunch and everybody, whatever, but it's like, wow. Like everybody's just hanging out in a group. Like it's okay. Haikyuu, the volleyball anime, for those of us that don't know. Really super popular. I had no idea how popular it was until I got to Anime Next, and I saw in the outside of the hotel by the grass, they'd set up a full regulation sized volleyball court, and everybody was playing volleyball and hanging out until the leader, who was, I forget what character she was, but she came out and she goes, "Okay, we're doing the thing now," and then they all came out. Each character took their positions from the anime and the manga, and they started basically live role playing the anime.
That's so cool.
And I'm like, that's an anime con. That's that kind of, and you're just sitting there watching, like having a ball, because it was like, I ended up sitting there for like 2 hours watching them. I remember that episode. I'm just glad it wasn't a live action Naruto because that would have been long. But yeah,
when I go to Anime NYC, Pete knows that I bring my daughter because I feel like the creepy guy. Like if I see an anime that I like and they're cosplaying, I feel like the creepy guy. Can I take a picture of? I'll be like, that one, go, and I give like that one.
She's getting smart though.
I feel like I'm the creepy old man. Like, okay, I love that character. Can I take a picture of you? So I sent my daughter to do it. I'm like, go take pictures of that one. Over there, that one. Go walk around, just take pictures of everything.
His minions. But yeah, I mean, how do you guys feel about those of us that have been seeing the differences? How do you feel? I mean, they're all awesome, of course, but what do you guys think? How do you any different experiences at either or for you? Or
I've actually never been to an all anime con before, so I really don't know.
They're so much fun.
It's funny. It's funny that you asked that because I was actually thinking, and I think the comic book industry needs to embrace manga and anime and stuff like that, because it's amazing how many kids come into the store, and the same amount that are looking for Miles Morales or I need Captain America or Black Panther, the same amount are asking for, you got My Hero, or do you have Naruto, or even Avatar: The Last Airbender, or Korra and stuff like that. So like, I really think we need to start embracing that, because it's crazy how many kids are going away from reading Captain America and Miles even, and they want to read My Hero. And I mean, I think it's awesome, because any way to get them into the medium is great. You know, I really could care less if it's a comic book, a manga, a prose novel. You know, I mean, I think we just need to get these books in the hands of kids. So I think there is a future. There is a future there with kids bringing manga back into the mainstream in a couple years, because I'm noticing it's in that age demographic of like 8 to 12, like around that age. That's really big into it right now.
I think it's everywhere. I saw there was a gentleman, and then I didn't realize it until he turned around, and I saw the backpack, and he was a skinny older gentleman, shorter than me, probably had a good 10, 15 years on me, but he was cosplaying Master Roshi, and I didn't realize it until I turned around and I saw the backpack. What the hell was that?
I don't know. Someone outside?
That was weird, man. But I didn't until I saw the turtle shell, and I was like, and it was his beard, and it was his glasses, and I'm like, and he's definitely in his 50s, rocking it, loving it, and I'm like, cool. But at the same time, I've seen the same thing as an older gentleman in New York Comic Con doing Odin. You know, as wow, why can't I remember his name? Hannibal, the rap version of Odin. So.
Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm burnt. I can't figure it out.
I just want to take a second to say I'm out of here. I'm going to go eat.
All right. Good night, brother. Thank you.
Make sure you send me a picture of every flash print you have ever made so that I can buy them all from you.
You got it.
He already sent it.
He's gonna actually start working on more flash prints just so I could buy them.
Just made the order, baby. Made the order. Good night, guys. Take it easy, man. Have a good
man.
Thank you, Angel. See you soon.
All right, peace.
You know, since we're talking about cons and you mentioned that older gentleman, I want to ask you guys, because I personally didn't get into comics until I was 20, in my mid-20s, and I didn't go to my first con until I was 26. So it's still new to me and super exciting. You know, I'm almost in that honeymoon phase still. But, you know, like I said earlier, I come from a super traditional Cuban family. My grandpa English, but, you know, he really, he loves Scooby-Doo and Hanna-Barbera and stuff like that. And I've always been like, I need to take grandpa to a convention, because even though he might not understand everything that's going on, a lot of old.
You're starting to cut out a little bit, Danny.
You know, yeah, I was just gonna say, is it just me?
Yeah.
No, it's him. Danny? All right, we're gonna give him a second to collect his thoughts a little bit there, because he's getting there, and I think I see where he's going. I see where he's going. I know I'm 46, and I can't remember not having comic books in my hand. I can't. My mom, when she came over, I'm Puerto Rican and Colombian. My mom, when she came over, knew I grew up with Batman and Superman. And then as I got older and I grew up, and I got into anime because of Robotech and stuff like that. So that was me. I've never not had it. I think we lost him for good. I've never. He'll be back. He's probably some sort of Florida something. Something else happened in Florida. An alligator probably ate his Wi-Fi or something. So I know we all talked about it a little bit. Yeah, I've never not had it in my life, and I'm very happy for that. So, shit.
Yeah, I always grew up with comic books. I mean, Spider-Man was probably one of the first heroes I started reading, and then it was Wonder Woman. And then I got into Batman for a little bit. I think I always had a comic book in my hand since I guess started reading. But I know since I was in diapers, I'm not forced. I guess pressured by my uncle to watch Star Wars, and he said I had to be the niece that loves Star Wars.
That's my oldest memory. Going to the movie. No, seriously, I was 3 turning 4, and I remember going to the movie theater with my parents, big thing of popcorn. All right, what is this? They're like, oh, you're going to like it, whatever. You watch it. So, and then as soon as that big spaceship, hooked. Yep. That's it. Hooked.
Done.
Had me forever. Like lifelong forever. I can't.
Yep. I saw it on VHS. And when I saw that spaceship, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I'm in. I want this. This is my life.
Yeah, and I was hooked. I think I was 3. I know me being little, and I was being in front of the TV. Back then, it was like the big box wooden TV.
Yeah, we had that.
Yep.
And yes.
What hooked you guys?
Well, comic books actually helped me in elementary and middle school. I used to be the big fat kid. I used to get bullied, and then
I'm still
I started
a big fat
drawing.
kid that gets bullied.
I started drawing, and I met this one guy, Robbie. His name was Robbie, and he was this bigger guy than I was. And this guy was like 6 feet tall in elementary school. And me and him used to just draw from comic books. So that actually, hanging out with him, it like everybody kept away because he was like this big dude, and he was like, don't mess with with him. So actually, comic books actually helped me out through middle and elementary and middle school. Then I went to high school and I went to shit.
Fair.
Yeah.
Tim?
Man, it's most of the cartoons. Dragon Ball Z came out.
Yeah.
And I'm not a morning person, so I couldn't wake up at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock to watch it. So I was a little late, but I knew the characters, I knew the storyline and everything. It was mostly just superheroes and just animated series, Batman, X-Men, like I said, Spider-Man, and then the Power Rangers came out. So Super Sentai, I didn't know nothing about it. I knew Power Rangers. And then that was a whole other world. And then
that world is deep.
It is.
That world is deep.
Like, holy cow!
The Power Ranger world is deep.
Yeah, I watched. It was all American, so I watched till maybe Power Rangers in Space. And then I grew up and I was like, forget it. But I always loved it. And then Jim Lee started doing Batman, the Batman series, and then I was like, I need to start drawing again, and I was trying to draw like Jim Lee with all the scratching and everything, and then I think it wasn't until maybe high school or after high school where I started watching Dragon Ball Z again from the beginning to actually know, and then now it's like my hero. I love My Hero Academia. I just binge watched Death Note to see what it was about, and I
adore Death Note.
Freaking Death Note! I thought that was great.
I think Death Note's perfect.
Yeah,
I think it's perfect.
And it's an appreciation of everything. So I don't know. Let's see what happens. And in another 10 years, maybe I'll love something else.
Yeah, amen.
Right.
Yeah, I remember going home after school, getting my homework done in 3 o'clock cartoons.
Yeah.
Actually, I used to go home, watch 3 o'clock cartoons, eat, and then do my homework.
Yeah.
And then Saturday mornings, I was up like early in the morning watching cartoons.
Yeah, that was it.
He-Man was a shit. I even had the tower, and I had all the He-Man characters.
All the He-Man.
There you go. Castle Grayskull.
Oh, and G.I. Joe. Dude, G.I. Joe. I had all the G.I. Joes.
There's a live stream, 24-hour live stream on YouTube. They just play every G.I. Joe episode. Yeah. If I'm bored, whatever, I'll leave it on for like 2-3 hours. Jay, what hooked you?
Hooked me to
comics, art. I mean, what shows, what figures, what toys, what was the crack that made you?
My father, because my father always collected comics when he was younger, and he would take me to comic shops and get me comics and stuff like that. We used to go. This is back when comics were still 25 cents, 35 cents, 50 cents.
Damn.
And it just grew from there. And then I started drawing them, trying to copy the comics that I had. And he had a bunch of old ones, especially he used to have a lot of old Conans.
Ooh. I've been drawing a lot of those sketch covers now. Yeah.
So that's what really got me into art, was that, and then I discovered anime when I was young, and I fell in love with it. So I was always one of those guys that loved both. Like I loved the American comics, and I always loved anime and mangas, and so I always appreciated both. In terms of the Comic Cons, it's funny. Before I started actually being an exhibitor and doing my art, I didn't know there was so many shows. I knew of New York Comic Con in San Diego, and I've gone to New York Comic Con as a fan over the years. I thought that was it. I didn't know there was other shows until Angel and Arash from Evil Comics. They were like, why don't you try tabling? Like, your art is dope. Like, why don't you try selling it? And I was like, how does that even work? I didn't even know how it worked. It's funny. The very first show I ever did was Long Island Expo, and that was the first show I did. And then from there, I just fell in love with it. And I was like, you know what? I can do this. Like, I can make a job out of this. And then I put a rocket on my back, and I just went, go. That's it. And
that's it. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
It's now. I'm gonna say, because I think the five of us here have all heard this, and especially with our toys and everything that we're talking about. When someone says this sentence or somebody says this to you, how does it make you feel, or how do you answer them? And whoever wants to go first goes first. The question is, when are you going to grow up?
Never.
Yeah, never, ever.
Never.
I mean, the only one who's ever said that to me is my wife. So I just dismissed it.
I did grow up. Now I can buy this stuff with my own money. Leave me
exactly.
alone.
Right? That's what I said.
Like, relax. I'm home. I'm not doing bad things. I'm just buying toys and reading comic books. Leave me alone. I
will forever be playing video games. I will forever be collecting my statues and stuff like that. I don't do the comics so much anymore, only because the money, like it's hard for me to there's so many. Like, I used to have pool boxes. Like, I used to have different comic shops, and they would have their pool boxes set up, and that every month I would go in and just pull all my comics out and pay for them. And it just became it was like a bill every month I had to pay. And I just couldn't afford it no more. So, I mean, that's the only thing that I've had to give up. And plus the space, I don't have no space to keep them anymore. Like, I have kids now, and I have a small apartment. I have to compromise with that. I'm like, okay, I won't collect the comics anymore, but I'm still doing everything else though. I'm still gonna get my statues every now and then. I'm still gonna play my video games every now and then. So
never
that's really the only thing.
Never growing up. Never. Wow, it's midnight.
Yep.
That's awesome, guys. I want to thank you guys so much. We're gonna wrap it up a little bit because I've kept you hostage here for 3 hours in your own home. Guys, I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. First thing I want to do is thank everybody at Comics Cast, Joe Tolliver, Indie Comics Cast, all you guys. Thanks to everybody who's been on the YouTube watching us. We really appreciate you guys. We do want to mention this really quick. Today the show started with 96 subscribers. We got 10 on this show.
That's great.
Today. So we went over, so that's going to happen. And I know Jay has something. And Pops is about to jump in a second. Jay, what do you got?
Oh no! Before we go, because I don't want to forget. It's something that I'm doing uh, for because of Chadwick Boseman dying from cancer. Let me share my screen real quick.
This is actually pretty dope. I'm glad you remembered to mention it.
So at first I wasn't gonna make. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't feel right. I even talked to Pete about it. So I don't feel right like making a piece, and it feel like jumping on a bandwagon, whatever. But then I saw a lot of my artist peers were doing them, and then there was one artist in particular, Boss Logic, that he posted, you know, that he's going to donate the money from the Prince to charity. That he sees a lot of artists making the art. Is like sell it, donate to charity. So I said, you know what? That's what I want to do. So St. Jude's, which is if you watch the videos from Chadwick, there was one in particular where he was doing the presser for Black Panther. He was talking about these two kids that from St. Jude's that they were terminal, and they were telling him that we're trying to hold on just to see this movie, how much it means to us. And you know, obviously now we know he was suffering from the same thing. No one knew. So this particular print, I'm only doing it for like the next 2 weeks. Every print that I saw of this, I'm donating 100% of the proceeds to St. Jude's. It's both versions. You can get it with the tribute or without, holographic or non-holographic. And you know, I'm going to donate the money live on my live stream. I'm not taking any money from it. And basically, once that's done, you know, I'm not selling it no more. And basically, this is all going to go to support St. Jude's and you know the kids sick there, stuff like that. So, you know, if you want to support and get a dope piece, hit me up. At the end of the next 2 weeks, whatever orders I get, I'll get them made. I'll send them out to you, and then I say I'm going to donate to charity. So I just wanted to talk about show that real quick. And this is the piece. Like I said, you can get either or. You get with the tribute or without the tribute.
I like it. Ending on a positive note. I enjoy that. Again, I want to thank everybody at Indie Comics Cast. Thanks to everybody on the YouTube page. We appreciate you guys. If you're not already a subscriber, go subscribe, get on that, have fun. Everybody who's been watching us on Facebook and all the stuff that we've shared and everything, thank you guys. Especially, we want to thank you guys right now. Tashi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
good
guys.
meeting you in person. I guess this is in person as we're going to get. Tim, also, I'm sure I met you guys at the Long Island Expo. Just, it was crazy, and you guys both know my sister, so you know, whatever. And Eddie, also, thank you very much, Eddie, for coming on. I appreciate it. We've been talking, and we're definitely going to talk. Now that I'm out of the hospital and everything, we're going to talk more about that Red Sonja piece.
Hell yeah. Go for it, man. I'm glad you're feeling better too, man.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm an idiot. That's basically what it is. I don't take care of myself. There's a dog on the street. That's a dog. That's a wolf. Jay, as always, we'll talk more later. Pops, you in there?
Yeah, I'm in here.
There he is. Pops, thank you again. The pre-show looks like it's going to be winding down.
You did great, dude.
We tried real hard, man. We tried real hard.
Hey, thank all you guys. It was awesome. It was awesome. I actually got to sit and watch my show for once. I never got to do that before. That was awesome.
The beginning of every month, and he ends up sitting. We didn't really start a pre-show in the beginning, but then we started having a pre-show. So Friday for like 4 hours, all day Saturday and all day Sunday, he's in that chair. So as his co-host, he came up with a good idea. He's like, "Hey, why don't you host a pre-show?" Like, yeah, I'm down. Let's go to work. Let's have some fun. So
cool. Thanks for having me, man.
Thank you.
I wanted you guys to know too that next month I'm going to be at my son's wedding, and Pete's going to be running the show the whole weekend. So come back out next month, first weekend of the month. I think it's October 3rd and 4th.
Something like that.
Come help Pete out because he's going to need you.
He's definitely going to need help. And folks, I also want you to know if you liked The Pit, that's the show that we're doing here. I'll be broadcasting it from my Facebook and from Twitch starting this coming Wednesday at 9 p.m. So if you're on Twitch, go check that out. If not, check me out here on Facebook. It's going to be fun. I know next week we got a couple of underground indie artists, and like I mentioned it before, Cam Cosplay and Tony Scarlett are going to be on with me as well. So, guys, thank you very much. Again, I appreciate you guys more than you can possibly know. Thank you for making the first episode of The Pit a monster success. I hope you had a good time.
It was fun, man. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Crom Con.
Peace.
It starts tomorrow, 11 a.m. Get in there. It's going to be fun. No, not 11.
12. Don't put me
11. We're starting at 11. I'm making pop-up in an extra hour.
You and I will probably start at 11.
Yeah, probably. That's probably right. That's probably what I was thinking. CromCon starts at 12. Come in. The world of indie comics, all sorts of cool stuff. You guys can't miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, tomorrow there will be the developers of IndieCrowdfund.com will be out here talking about the new web page. So if you are a crowdfunder or somebody that uses crowdfunding, this is something you might want to see tomorrow when Mike Wheeler comes out. I think at 4:30. I think it's 4:30. I don't know, man. It's a big schedule. It's hard to keep track of everybody.
Yeah.
We thank you, everybody, again.
Totally appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Have yourselves a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace. I'll hit you later, Pete.
Yep. And there we are. I'm going to end the broadcast. Pops, thank you so much.
It was awesome, dude.
We had a blast. Honestly, it turned into a conversation, which is exactly what I wanted it to do, and I'm really happy about that.
Like I said, I like it to be entertaining. You know,
Yep.
you had viewers the whole time, and it never went down too low. You know, you had people watching. It was
Well,
engaging.
I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna hit the end button though right now because we haven't done that yet.
All right,
Let
brother.
me do that because they haven't seen everything.